The massive interstellar transport vessel, Earth's Bounty, slid into orbit around the Sele homeworld, carrying 10,000 tons of food-simple Earth grains that would determine whether millions lived or died during the Great Galactic Famine of 2189. Captain Chris Miller watched through the command deck viewport as the gleaming spires of Zask, the Sele capital, came into view beneath swirling cloud patterns. The once-mighty city now dimmed its lights to conserve energy, its population slowly starving as synthetic protein production facilities across 17 star systems lay in ruins. "Orbital approach complete," announced Navigation Officer Park. "Sele Control has assigned us Docking Bay 6 at their station." Miller nodded, his weathered face revealing none of the apprehension he felt. At 4-2, the former Earth Defense Force commander had faced death countless times during the Proxima Centauri conflicts, but this mission carried different stakes. Earth had sent wheat, corn, and rice crops the technologically superior Sele had dismissed as primitive for the 3 decades since first contact. Now these same primitive foods represented salvation. "They're hailing us, Captain," Communications Officer Chen said, her fingers hovering over her console. "Put them through," Miller ordered, straightening his uniform jacket. The screen flickered to life, revealing the scaled face of High Minister Tsalak. The Sele official's vertical pupils narrowed as he regarded Miller with barely disguised contempt. "Captain Miller, the Sele Directorate acknowledges your arrival." The reptilian's voice carried no gratitude, despite the fact that 6-3% of his population now survived on strict rationing. "You will submit to full cargo inspection before distribution procedures begin." Miller maintained his diplomatic facade. "High Minister, Earth stands ready to assist during this crisis. Our manifest has already been transmitted per Federation protocols." The conversation ended with terse instructions for docking. As the screen went dark, Miller's executive officer, Commander Jackson, moved closer. "They're still acting superior even while they're starving," she muttered. "Intelligence reports say outer colonies are already experiencing mass casualties." "They won't admit weakness," Miller replied, remembering his briefings. The Sele's technologically advanced civilization had long viewed humanity as cosmic backwater farmers, barely worth diplomatic recognition despite Earth's Federation membership. 4 hours later, after docking at the orbital station, Miller led his diplomatic team through sterile corridors where Sele officials waited. Their rigid posture and formal attire couldn't hide the signs of malnutrition, dulled scales, and sluggish movements, betraying the effects of months of inadequate nutrition. The meeting deteriorated quickly. Minister of Agriculture Selseth dismissed Earth's donation protocol, insisting on immediate transfer of all supplies to Sele Control. "Your primitive grains will be distributed according to our procedures," Selseth stated, his tail twitching in what Miller recognized as agitation. "The Federation has no jurisdiction over internal Sele affairs." Miller had just begun his rebuttal when the delegation doors slid open. A female Sele burst in, flanked by security personnel attempting to restrain her. Unlike the officials, she wore simple laboratory attire. "Captain Miller," she called out, "I am UMA Agricultural Sciences Division. You must speak with me immediately." Selseth hissed, "Remove this subordinate. She has no authorization. She's one of the few Sele who have studied Earth farming methods," whispered Lieutenant Rodriguez, Miller's cultural attaché. Miller raised his hand. "I believe hearing from your agricultural scientists would benefit our discussions." Guards wrestled UMA from the chamber, but not before she pressed a data chip into Rodriguez's hand during the commotion. Hours later, in the secured confines of Earth's Bounty, Miller reviewed the contents with his senior staff. UMA's data revealed the horrifying truth. Thousands had already died in outer colonies, information systematically hidden from the Sele population. Worse, intercepted communications showed the High Council planned to seize the human shipment, reverse engineer Earth's agricultural techniques, and deny any human contribution to their salvation. That night, a private message requested Miller meet Uma at Cargo Access Point 7. Against protocol, he went, accompanied only by Commander Jackson. "Your leaders are lying," Uma said without preamble, her reptilian features intensely focused. "While they negotiate, people starve. They will take your food and give nothing in return." Miller studied her. "Why tell me this?" "You're risking everything. Because I've studied your world. Your primitive agriculture sustained your species for millennia without technological failures like ours." Her voice lowered. "And because my clutch sister died last month on colony Thress while officials claimed all was well." Miller faced the most difficult decision of his career. Follow Federation protocols and lose the entire shipment to Sele Duplicity, or forge an unauthorized alliance with Uma to bypass corrupt officials and deliver food directly to those who needed it most, risking his career and potentially sparking an interstellar incident. What neither Miller nor Uma could possibly know was that Earth's primitive grains carried properties unique to Sele physiology. When processed through their digestive systems, a compound in Earth wheat would produce a neurochemical change that would permanently alter Sele biology and, with it, the relationship between their species forever. Miller stared at the data chip in his hand, the implications sinking in. Earth's simple grains might save the Sele population, but the political machinations threatened to derail everything. "We need to act quickly," Miller said, pocketing the chip. "Conventional channels won't work here." Jackson nodded. "What's the play, Captain?" Before Miller could respond, his neural implant pinged with an urgent message. "Secret meeting, secure communications room, 2300 hours." Miller glanced at his chrono. 20 minutes. "I need to verify this information," he told Jackson. "Gather the senior staff for a briefing at 600. Quietly." The secure communications room on Earth's Bounty sat nestled between the engine compartment and the auxiliary life support systems. The location provided natural white noise effect for conversations that needed to remain private. Uma was already waiting when Miller arrived, her scaled skin appearing duller under the harsh lighting. "You took a substantial risk coming here," Miller said, sealing the door behind him. "No greater than the risk of inaction." Uma's vertical pupils dilated slightly. "My government will seize your shipment and deny your contribution to our survival. This is unacceptable." For 3 hours, they analyzed distribution networks, security protocols, and political realities. Miller's military background melded with Uma's insider knowledge, forming a plan that circumvented official channels while maintaining plausible deniability. "Commander Wei," Miller said at the 600 briefing, addressing his second-in-command. The former agricultural specialist from Mars straightened. "I need you planetside with specialized equipment. Officially, you're conducting atmospheric sampling to ensure our grains won't spoil in Sele conditions." Wei nodded, understanding the subtext. "When do I leave?" 2 hours. Chief Rodriguez will prepare your gear." Miller turned to the viewscreen displaying High Counselor Thress's message requesting his presence for continued negotiations. "Meanwhile, I'll keep the official channels occupied." The Sele administration building rose like a spiraling thorn from Zask's central district. Miller kept his face neutral as High Counselor Thress droned through Byzantine distribution protocols designed to delay and control the food shipment. "These verification procedures will require at least 3 standard days," Thress explained, his tail twitching slightly. "Until then, your vessel remains in quarantine." "The Federation protocols clearly state," Miller began. "The Federation," Thress interrupted, "has no authority over internal Sele matters. Your primitive agriculture may supplement our advanced nutrition systems, but we will determine distribution methods." Miller nodded respectfully. "Of course, High Counselor. Perhaps we could review these protocols in detail. I want to ensure we understand every aspect. As Miller deliberately extended the bureaucratic discussions, Commander Wei departed Earth's bounty with equipment cases containing much more than atmospheric sensors. Wei made his way through the sprawling orbital station, passing Sele workers whose uniforms hung loose on their frames. The famine's effects were visible even here, among the privileged. At the designated maintenance access point, Wei activated the encrypted locator Uma had provided. The small device led him through service tunnels until he reached a junction beneath the Sele Science Academy. Uma emerged from the shadows. "Commander Wei, follow me quickly." She led him deeper into the tunnel network where a female Sele in laboratory attire waited. "Dr. Selith," Uma introduced. "She's been analyzing preliminary samples of your grains." The microbiologist's eyes gleamed with intensity. "Commander, we've discovered something unexpected." She activated a holographic display showing cellular interactions. "When Sele consume your wheat, there's a neurochemical reaction that initially presents as an allergic response, but it's something far more significant." Wei studied the molecular structures. "These proteins are binding to neural receptors." "Yes, enhancing sensory perception in ways we haven't fully mapped. The changes appear permanent." Wei recorded the data with his neural implant. "Captain Miller needs to know this immediately." Uma touched his arm. "First, you must see why we're fighting. Follow me." They descended through maintenance shafts into Zask's underbelly. The tunnels widened into an enormous subterranean chamber that once housed vats of synthetic protein. Now it contained thousands of Sele civilians huddled in makeshift shelters. Wei's breath caught as he took in the scene. Families clustered together on salvaged materials. Children with dull scales lay listlessly in parents' arms. The characteristic skindeling that preceded severe malnutrition in Sele was evident everywhere. These people were evacuated from outlying districts when food riots began, Uma explained. The official reports claim temporary relocations due to infrastructure upgrades. "How many?" Wei asked, his neural implant capturing footage. "In this facility, nearly 8,000, and there are 6 more like it throughout Zask." A male Sele approached them, his military bearing evident despite civilian clothes. "Commander Wei, this is Razak," Uma said, former military logistics officer. Razak's eyes assessed Wei carefully. "Your captain needs to know Sele military vessels are being repositioned. Commander Vex plans to seize your ship within 36 hours. Wei stiffened. "On what grounds?" "They'll claim your food contains biological contaminants. The perfect excuse to take your vessel, your cargo, and your agricultural methods while blaming humans for any unusual effects the wheat causes." Wei immediately transmitted the intelligence to Miller through his encrypted neural link. Within moments, Miller's response came through. "Understood. Initiating contingency alpha. Return when safe." Back aboard Earth's bounty, Miller called his senior staff to the command deck. "Change of plans," he announced. "Chief Rodriguez, modify our cargo delivery systems for precision deployments. I want all 20 pods equipped with independent navigation and stealth systems." The chief engineer nodded. "The conflict zone protocols, I can have them ready in 10 hours. "You have 8, Miller replied, to Dr. NG to Dr. Patel. "Dr. Only Doctor, this data from Dr. Selith. I need to know exactly what our wheat is doing to Sele physiology." As Rodriguez's team worked to Defy the cargo sys Dr. Patel's analysis confirmed Selith's findings and added critical details. "It's the glutenin in wheat," Patel explained, pointing to molecular structures on his display. "When processed through their copper-based blood chemistry, it produces something remarkably similar to human oxytocin, essentially a trust hormone. And these neural changes aren't temporary." Miller absorbed this information. "You're saying our food will permanently alter their neurochemistry?" "Yes, potentially changing their social dynamics, especially regarding xenophobia." Before Miller could process the ethical implications, alarms sounded throughout the ship. "Captain," called the sensor officer. "Multiple Sele military vessels breaking standard orbital patterns. They're positioning to blockade us." Miller watched the tactical display as Sele ships moved into formation. Time was running out. The images Wei had transmitted of starving Sele children flashed through his mind, contrasting sharply with the political maneuvering of their leaders. He made his decision. "Begin loading the modified cargo pods," he ordered. "We're proceeding with distribution to UMA's coordinates." "Captain," Patel interjected, "distributing this food will permanently alter Sele biology without their knowledge or consent." Miller's lips pursed. "And not distributing it means thousands die while politicians play games." He looked around at his crew. "I'll take full responsibility for what happens next." Miller's fingers closed tightly around the data chip. "I'll take full responsibility for what happens next." The decision crystallized in his mind as dawn broke over the Sele homeworld, washing the command deck in pale amber light. Earth's bounty hummed with activity as crew members moved with practiced efficiency, the tension palpable. "Operation Grain Drop is now active," Miller announced, his voice steady despite the weight of his choice. "Rodriguez, status on the cargo pods." The chief engineer looked up from his console, dark circles under his eyes evidence of his sleepless work. "Final modifications complete, Captain. All 20 pods are equipped with stealth tech and navigation systems. The Proxima Centauri combat supply protocols work better than expected on these civilian models." Miller nodded. "Load them immediately." On the cargo deck, crew members packed precisely measured quantities of wheat, corn, and rice into each pod, alongside collapsible hydroponics equipment. Technical specialists uploaded farming instructions UMA had painstakingly translated into the Sele language, complete with diagrams adapted for their physiology. "These should be simple enough for anyone to follow," Wei had said before departing for the Sioux Doctor C, regardless of technical background. Dr. Patel approached Miller, datapad in hand. "Captain, we should discuss the ethical implications later, Doctor." Miller cut him off, watching the tactical display where Sele vessels continued their ominous repositioning. "Right now, I need your focus on those neurological effects. Any additional information could be critical." Patel's expression tightened, but he nodded and returned to his workstation. In the orbital administrative complex, High Counselor Thress paced before floor-dociling viewports, tail lashing with growing irritation. The human captain's diplomatic maneuvering had initially seemed merely tedious. Now it felt calculated. "He's stalling," Thress hissed to Commander Vex, who stood at rigid attention nearby. Vex's scales gleamed with military polish, his ceremonial rank markings contrasting sharply with his utilitarian combat armor. "I concur, High Counselor." Captain Miller has requested 6 separate reviews of distribution protocols while his science team conducts atmospheric testing. Their behavior suggests alternate objectives. "Accelerate the operation," Thress ordered. "Secure that vessel before they discover our intentions." Vex touched his communication implant. "Deploy all boarding teams. Maintain communication silence." Authorization: Vex Alpha 7. 12 stealth boarding crafts detached from their hidden positions around the station, their propulsion systems nearly silent as they glided toward Earth's bounty. Miller was reviewing the cargo pod deployment sequence when his neural implant pinged with a priority message from Wei. The lieutenant commander's face appeared in Miller's field of vision, the transmission quality degraded by interferon. "Doctor." "Captain, I've received critical information from Dr. Seleth," Wei reported, his voice hushed. Underground tunnels were visible behind him, dimly lit and crowded with desperate Sele. "The neurological effects are more profound than we thought. The glutenin compound doesn't just increase trust hormones, it stimulates growth in dormant brain structures, permanently enhancing their capacity for empathy." Miller straightened. You're saying it fundamentally alters their social dynamics, yes. Their entire society could transform from Wei's image suddenly jerked, his head turning sharply. Security forces. There the transmission cut abruptly to static. Miller tried to re-establish connection, but all he received was an automated error message. Captain. Commander Jackson approached, concern evident in her eyes. Before Miller could respond, Security Chief Donovan's voice cut through the ship's communication system. Security alert. Multiple stealth craft detected approaching our position. Boarding action imminent. Donovan appeared on the command deck moments later, his cybernetic eye glowing faintly as it processed tactical data. The former Marine moved with the fluid precision of someone who had seen combat too many times to count, his cybernetic arm a reminder of sacrifices made during the Ganymede uprising. 12 craft, Captain. Their good almost didn't catch them. Our standard sensors missed them completely, but my enhancements picked up their heat signatures. Donovan pulled up a tactical display. They'll breach in approximately 4 minutes. Miller assessed the situation rapidly. Implement defensive protocol Sierra 9. Non-lethal measures only. Sierra 9 confirmed, Donovan acknowledged, already dispatching security teams throughout the ship. Hatches sealed automatically and the distinctive hum of containment field generators activated. Miller turned to Rodriguez. Change of plans. Launch all pods now. Now, Rodriguez looked up sharply. The trajectory calculations aren't finalized, no time. Launch on scatter protocol, maximum dispersion. Rodriguez hesitated only a second before nodding. Aye, Captain. Alarms blared throughout Earth's bounty as the crew rushed to battle stations. On the cargo deck, launch technicians bypassed final safety protocols, inputting emergency override commands. Pods 1 through 20 loaded and ready, reported the cargo master. Launching now. The ship shuddered as 20 cargo pods blasted from the launch tubes in rapid succession, their stealth systems engaging as they scattered toward different regions of the Sele homeworld. The unexpected maneuver created a momentary sensor confusion, forcing Vex's approaching Dr. S cells to divide the Doctor attention. In the ship's medical bay, Dr. Patel frantically analyzed Dr. Seleth's last data transmission. The patterns emerging from his analysis painted an increasingly complex picture. He activated the intercom. Captain, critical information, Patel said urgently. The neurological changes will be most pronounced in developing brain cell children will experience the most significant enhancement to their empathic capabilities. Adults will undergo less dramatic, though still noticeable, transformations. Miller absorbed this information as he made his way to the bridge. Any risks we should be aware of? Yes, approximately 3% of the Sele population possesses a genetic variation that could react negatively. They'll experience temporary neurological imbalance before adaptation. A violent impact rocked the ship, throwing Miller against a bulkhead. They've breached airlocks on decks 3, 7, and 10, Donovan reported through the comms. Security teams engaging with neural disruptors. Miller's neural implant pinged with an incoming transmission bearing Earth government priority codes. Ambassador Chen's stern face appeared in his mind's eye. Captain Miller, we've detected unauthorized deployment of cargo from your vessel. Explain yourself immediately. The ship rocked again as another breach occurred. Miller made a split-second decision. Instead of continuing to the bridge, he diverted to his quarters, retrieving a portable data core from his safe. Working quickly, he downloaded all research on the wheat's effects on cell physiology. Ambassador, I'll provide a full report, Miller replied, already moving toward the emergency communication center on Deck 5. But right now, we're being boarded by Sele military forces. The sound of neural disruptors echoed down the corridor as Donovan's security teams engaged the Sele boarding parties. Miller ducked into a service tunnel, data core clutched tightly against his chest. Whatever happened next, he He was determined that the truth would reach Earth government. On the surface of Zask, the first cargo pod streaked through the atmosphere, its descent controlled by automated systems. The pod landed with a dull thud in a densely populated district where food riots had recently swept through. Its hatches opened automatically, revealing the Earth grains within. Desperate Sele civilians approached cautiously at first, then rushed forward. Among them stood Razak, his military background evident in his commanding presence despite civilian clothes. He stepped forward, organizing the increasingly frantic crowd. "Form lines," he ordered, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Everyone will receive their share." As the Sele civilians began forming queues, Razak demonstrated how to properly prepare the alien food using the included instructions. The crowd watched intently as he worked, hunger overcoming suspicion. "This food comes from Earth," Razak explained, distributing the first prepared portions. "This is what their government intended all along, direct aid to our people." A young Sele child accepted a small bowl, scales dull from malnutrition. She consumed the prepared grain mixture quickly, eyes widening at the unfamiliar flavor. All around, similar scenes played out as hungry Sele tasted their first substantial meal in weeks. None yet realized that with each swallow, the foundation of their society had begun to shift, one neural connection at a time. Miller ducked as a plasma burst struck the bulkhead above him, showering his shoulder with sparks. The maintenance shaft's cramped confines offered little room to maneuver, but the alternative meant facing Vex's boarding parties head-on. He clutched the data core against his chest, its weight a tangible reminder of what was at stake. The ship lurched beneath him as another impact registered somewhere in the outer hull. Emergency lighting bathed everything in crimson, casting long shadows that danced across the metal walls. His neural implant pinged with fragmented status report security breaches on multiple decks, crew members isolated or captured, systems failing across the vessel. "Donovan, status report," Miller subvocalized through his implant. The security chief's response came through with bursts of static. "Holding at Junction 14C, but we're outnumbered. Neural disruptors effective, but..." A burst of weapons fire interrupted him. "Ammunition running low. These Sele came prepared, sir." Miller slid down a ladder to a lower deck, the metal rungs slick with condensation from damaged environmental systems. "Keep them occupied as long as possible. I'm heading to emergency comms." He paused at a junction, checking his tactical display. 3 Sele soldiers blocked his primary route. Miller backtracked, choosing a parallel corridor that would add minutes to his journey but avoid direct confrontation. In engineering, Rodriguez yanked her respirator mask in place as alarms blared. "Initiating containment protocol Delta," she announced to her team. "Sedative deployment in sectors 7 through 12. "Chief, we've got company," called Torres, one of the junior engineers. He pointed to the security feed showing Sele boarding parties advancing toward their position. Rodriguez's fingers flew across the control panel, initiating the gas release. The security feed showed the Sele soldiers slowing, their movements becoming sluggish before several collapsed. Those with military-grade respirators continued their advance. "That bought us minutes, not hours," Rodriguez muttered. She turned to her team. "Secure this station." "We need to..." A deafening explosion cut her off as the main bulkhead separating engineering from the central corridor buckled inward. The heavy metal door designed to withstand vacuum sealed shut, trapping Rodriguez and 3 junior engineers. "Engineering to bridge," Rodriguez called into her comm. No response. "Engineering to security." Static. "Engineering to anyone, respond." Torres checked the external sensors. "Chief, we've got Sele forces approaching from both access points. ETA 3 minutes. Rodriguez surveyed her small team and the critical engineering systems still under their control. "Begin emergency lockdown procedures. If we lose engineering, we lose the ship. On the surface of Zask, Pod 7's descent through the atmosphere left a brief trail of ionized particles before its stealth systems fully engaged. Like a ghost, it slipped past Sele military tracking arrays. The officers monitoring the screens left staring at equipment they were certain must be malfunctioning. The pod touched down with a muted thump in the agricultural district of Nithvaz. Its hatches deployed automatically, revealing the cargo within sacks of wheat, portable hydroponics equipment, and instructional materials. Celia moved cautiously toward the strange object, her scales shifting through patterns of uncertainty and curiosity. The Earth symbols matched those in Uma's communications. This was human technology. Her sister had said the humans wanted to help. The nursery behind her housed 200 hatchlings, their scales dulled by malnutrition, their normally energetic movements reduced to listless stillness. This morning, 3 hadn't woken at all. Celia reached the pod and examined its contents. Inside, she found carefully packaged foodstuffs and illustrated instructions showing how to prepare them. She recognized Uma's distinctive notation style in the Sele translation. She gathered several packages and hurried back to the nursery. In the food preparation area, Celia followed the instructions meticulously, creating a simple porridge from the wheat. The unfamiliar cooking method produced an equally unfamiliar aroma, but the nutritional indicators built into her preparation station confirmed the mixture contained proteins, carbohydrates, and micronutrients critical for Sele development. Celia approached the weakest hatchling first, a female whose emergence from the egg had been celebrated barely a season ago. Now the young Sele barely moved, her body conserving what little energy remained. "Here," Celia said softly, bringing a small spoonful to the hatchling's mouth. "Try this." The hatchling consumed the porridge slowly at first, then with increasing eagerness. Celia moved through the nursery, feeding the weakest hatchlings first, watching as vitality visibly returned to their movements. What happened next made her freeze in place. 2 hatchlings, typically aggressive competitors, huddled together over a bowl. The larger one, instead of dominating the resource as Sele instinct dictated, pushed the bowl toward its smaller companion. The smaller one took a portion, then pushed it back. They were sharing. Celia had never witnessed such behavior among hatchlings. Sele young were notoriously self-focused. Their earliest social programming centered around resource competition. Yet here, unmistakably, was cooperative behavior emerging spontaneously. In the underground tunnels beneath Zask's central district, Wei pressed his back against the rough stone wall as a security patrol passed. Beside him, Razak remained perfectly still, his military training evident in his controlled breathing and steady posture. "Your captain has been compromised," Razak whispered once the patrol moved on. "If Vex captures him—" "Miller knows the protocols," Wei replied, though concern tightened his voice. The partial transmission had cut off at the worst possible moment. "Leave Doctor." Wei uncertain of his captain's fate. "We need to focus on extracting Uma and Dr. Seleth." Razak nodded toward a ventilation shaft half-hidden behind utility piping. That service entrance leads to the lower levels of security headquarters. The holding cells are 2 levels down from there. Wei checked his neural disruptor, a non-lethal weapon, but effective against Sele nervous systems. "How many guards?" "Standard rotation is 4 at the processing desk, 2 in the corridors, unknown numbers in the detention area itself," Razak answered. "But with the current situation, they may have reassigned personnel." Wei's implant pinged with an unexpected data packet schematics of the security headquarters building. He opened the file to find additional notes attached. "It's from Uma," he said, hope rising in his chest. "She's managed to access their systems. She's given us the guard rotations and access codes." Razak's scales rippled with what Wei had learned to recognize as the Sele equivalent of a smile. "Then we have a chance." In the Sele security headquarters, Uma sat rigidly in an interrogation chair, her scales flat against her body to minimize any emotional display. Across from her, a senior intelligence officer named Karth reviewed her file on a data tablet. "Your expertise in xenobotany made you valuable to our research divisions," Karth said, his voice clinically detached. "What prompted you to betray your own species, Uma?" Uma met his gaze steadily. "I chose to help my species survive. The data I provided proves the government has been lying about food reserves." Karth's scales shifted momentarily before settling. "You've been misled by human propaganda. They seek to undermine our sovereignty." "I've seen the children doctor, Arving in the outer districts," Uma replied. "That's not propaganda." In another room, Dr. Selith faced similar questioning, though his interrogators focused more specifically on the earth grains and their potential effects on cell physiology. He revealed nothing about the neurological impacts, claiming his research had focused solely on nutritional applications. Neither knew that their rescue was already in motion, or that across Zask, pods containing Earth grains were being discovered by desperate civilians. On Earth's bounty, Miller finally reached the Emergency Communications Center. Blood trickled from a laceration on his forehead, a souvenir from his encounter with Sele soldiers at Junction 18. He sealed the reinforced door behind him and activated the console. Working quickly, Miller compiled the research data, including detailed scans showing the true extent of the famine across Zask. He added documentation of the Sele government's food hoarding and their deliberate misinformation campaign, not only to Earth, but to their own population. As the communication system warmed up, Miller added his official recommendation. Despite the unsanctioned nature of their food distribution, humanitarian aid to the Sele should continue. The potential change to Sele neurophysiology was significant but ultimately beneficial, and more importantly, it would save countless lives in the immediate term. A warning flashed on the security monitor. Sele forces had located him and were attempting to ride the door's security protocols. Miller estimated he had minutes at most. In the medical bay, Dr. Patel worked feverishly at his analysis station, hidden from the Sele search parties by emergency bulkheads. His latest simulation confirmed what he'd suspected: the wheat compound created a form of empathic resonance between individuals who consumed the same batch. "Fascinating," he murmured, watching the neural modeling. The compound alters neurotransmitter production while simultaneously creating new synaptic pathways in the limbic system. He expanded the simulation to a population level, and the results made him sit back in his chair. If his models were correct, the Sele would experience something their species had never known before: a form of collective empathy that would fundamentally alter their social structure within 2 generations. The implications were staggering, and in approximately 36 hours, the first adult Sele would begin experiencing the changes. On the bridge, Commander Vex surveyed the human crew members who had surrendered. His frustration mounted as reports came in from search teams throughout the vessel. "No sign of Captain Miller. Where is your commanding officer?" Vex demanded of the junior lieutenant at the navigation console. "I don't know, sir," the lieutenant answered truthfully. Vex's communication implant chimed with an incoming transmission from High Counselor Thress. He stepped away from the prisoners to take the call. "Commander," Thress's voice carried unmistakable tension, "the cargo pods have breached atmosphere and evaded our tracking systems. We're receiving reports of pods landing in multiple districts. Explain this failure immediately." Vex's scales tightened against his body. "The human vessel employed advanced stealth technology we weren't prepared for. We're extracting their computer core now to determine landing locations." "This is unacceptable," Thress hissed. "Find those pods before," a subordinate interrupted, approaching Vex with urgent news. "Commander, we've located Captain Miller. He's in emergency communications, transmitting data to Earth government." Vex cut the connection with Thress. Breach that compartment immediately. Nothing leaves this ship. Vessel. Miller hit the transmit button just as the door burst inward with a shower of sparks and twisted metal. The communication console displayed confirmation. Transmission complete. A surge of Sele soldiers flooded into the room, weapons leveled at him. Miller's gaze fixed on Commander Vex pushing through the throng of troops, scales tight against his body in unmistakable fury. Miller's fingers danced across the console one final time, initiating his last command. Computer, execute protocol compassionate disclosure, authorization Miller Alpha 793. The ship's AI responded instantly. Protocol authenticated, executing. Vex lunged forward. Stop him. The stun weapon struck Miller in the chest. His muscles seized as electricity coursed through his body, driving him to his knees. Through the haze of pain, he watched the console screen flicker with confirmation messages as Earth's bounty began broadcasting directly to every connected Sele device planet-wide. What have you done? Vex demanded, gripping Miller's shoulder with clawed fingers. Miller's lips curled into a pained smile. Told the truth. Across Zask, personal communication devices activated simultaneously. Displays in homes, public spaces, and government buildings filled with images of emaciated Sele children, barren croplands, and empty food distribution centers contrasted against secure government storehouses filled with rationed supplies. Technical specifications for Earth agricultural methods appeared alongside nutritional analyses of the wheat shipments. In the council chambers, High Counselor Thress stared at the data flooding across the emergency display. Shut it down, now. A technical specialist's scales shifted in distress. The transmission operates on unfamiliar frequencies. We can't block it. Counselor Zeth rose from his seat, his elderly frame standing straight with purpose. Perhaps we shouldn't. The people deserve to know. This is treason, Thress hissed. No, Zeth replied, gesturing to the images of suffering. This is. Deep beneath Zask's central district, Wei and Razek pressed forward through the ancient waste management tunnel. The stone walls narrowed as they approached a junction marked on Uma's schematics. These tunnels date back 3 centuries, Razek explained, his voice barely above a whisper. Modern security forgot they exist. Wei checked his neural disruptor. Your contact is reliable. Thurl lost her clutch sister and several hatchlings to government food rationing policies. She's trustworthy. They reached a rusted maintenance hatch. Razek tapped a specific pattern against the metal and moments later, 3 answering taps responded. He pushed the hatch open to reveal a female Sele in security uniform. You have 3 minutes, Thurl said without preamble. The secondary grid is down for routine maintenance. Uma and the human doctor are in interrogation cells 5 and 6. Wei checked his tactical display. Guards, 2 outside the cells, 4 at the processing desk. Thurl handed them security badges. These will get you through the checkpoints but won't survive a close inspection. Razek touched his forehead in a traditional Sele gesture of gratitude. For the children. For the children, Thurl echoed, stepping aside. They moved swiftly through service corridors, the sterile white halls of Sele security headquarters a stark contrast to the ancient stone tunnels. As they approached the detention level, Wei's communication implant vibrated with an incoming signal. Something's happening, he whispered to Razek. The network is flooded with transmissions from Earth's bounty. Razek glanced at his own device. It's everywhere the truth about the famine. Wei processed this new development. Miller has to be. At the detention level entrance, they presented Thurl's security badges to an automated scanner. The door slid open, revealing 2 guards stationed outside the interrogation cells. Both Sele were distracted, staring at their communication devices displaying images of starving hatchlings. Wei moved first, applying precise pressure to neural points at the base of the first guard's skull, technique developed specifically for Sele physiology. The guard collapsed without a sound. Razek mirrored the move on the second guard, catching him before he hit the floor. They accessed the cell controls using thorough security codes. The doors to cells 5 and 6 slid open simultaneously. Uma looked up, her scales dull from exhaustion, and Dr. Arsh treatment. Wei, how? Your schematics worked perfectly, Wei said, helping her to her feet. Where's Dr. Seleth? Here, came a raspy voice from the adjacent cell as Razek assisted the elderly human scientist. Uma gripped Wei's arm. We have to hurry. Thress has labeled the Earth shipments as biologically hazardous. He's ordered destruction teams to all landing sites. Wei processed this information. Thermal detonation devices. Yes, we need to warn people. Miller's already started, Wei explained. He's broadcasting everything directly to the Cele public famine data, the wheat research, all of it. Uma's scales shifted in surprise. Then we need to amplify it. I have contacts throughout the scientific community. First, we get out of here, Razek interjected. Our window is closing. In the Nithva's nursery, Celia watched in astonishment as a group of hatchlings organized themselves into a circle around the newly delivered synthetic protein rations. The smallest hatchlingon, who normally would have been pushed aside, was guided to the center by two larger hatchlings who gestured for her to take the first portion. Celia activated her recording device, capturing the unprecedented behavior. Day 1, Hour 6 post-consumption. Cooperative resource sharing continues to develop spontaneously. Her communication device chimed with an incoming transmission. Expecting Uma, she was instead met with a stream of images showing the true extent of the famine information she had suspected, but never seen confirmed. Government deception laid bare for all to see. Uma, she whispered, recognizing her sister's data classification markers on several of the technical documents included in the transmission. A hatchling tugged at her sleeve, pointing to her device. The young Cele's scales shifted in a pattern of concern Celia had never observed in one so young. Empathy for the suffering shown in the images. Yes, Celia said, kneeling to the hatchling's level. But we can help them. She turned back to her recording, documenting every behavioral change with meticulous detail, adding her observations to the growing data network spreading across Zask. Chief Engineer Rodriguez watched as Torres leveraged a maintenance panel away from the wall, revealing a narrow tubular passage. Emergency evacuation tube, she explained to the junior engineers. Designed for catastrophic failure scenarios. The sound of cutting tools resumed outside the bulkhead, the brief respite from their electromagnetic pulse ending. Where does it lead? Asked one of the engineers, eyeing the claustrophobic passage with trepidation. Auxiliary craft bay, Rodriguez said, checking the ship's internal schematics on her tablet. 3 decks down, section 18C. The Cele will have that area secured, Torres pointed out. Rodriguez smiled grimly. Not according to internal sensors. They've concentrated forces on the main shuttle bay. Auxiliary craft bay shows minimal activity. She gestured toward the tube. Torres, you first. Hansen, you next. I'll seal the access panel behind us. As Torres disappeared into the narrow passage, Rodriguez's tablet pinged with a shipwide alert. Protocol compassionate disclosure active. Captain's last stand, she murmured, recognizing Miller's emerged doctor, Psi protocol. The ship's data was now broadcasting to every Cele on the planet. Let's make sure it wasn't in vain. Dr. Patel stared at his analysis screen, triplet-checking the results. He'd started with a simple nutritional assessment of the wheat compound and uncovered something far more significant. Computer, confirmed genetic markers for clutch rejection syndrome against wheat compound interaction. The computer processed for several seconds. Confirmed. Wheat compound CW117 demonstrates 89.7% effectiveness in neutralizing neural pathways associated with clutch rejection syndrome in Cele neurophysiology. Patel sat back, the implications staggering. For millennia, Sele society had been shaped by this devastating genetic disorder, affecting nearly one-fifth of all hatchlings. The condition caused young Sele to develop uncontrollable aggression toward genetic relatives, necessitating their complex hatchery system. If the wheat compound could regulate these neural pathways. His tablet lit up with a transmission notification. Protocol compassionate disclosure. Captain Miller's final action. Patel quickly uploaded his findings to the broadcast stream, adding critical medical data to the expanding information network. In Earth's Bounty's brig, Miller regained consciousness on a hard metal bench. His head throbbed from the stun weapon's aftereffects, and his hands were secured with restraints. Around him, captured crew members sat in similar states, watched by armed Sele guards. Miller caught Lieutenant Chen's eye across the room. The lieutenant gave an almost imperceptible nod confirmation that the protocol was working. The information was out. The door slid open as Commander Vex entered, scales tight against his body in barely controlled rage. He strode directly to Miller. "Your transmission changes nothing," Vex stated coldly. "Your cargo will be destroyed, your crew imprisoned, and your interference in Sele affairs will end." Miller met his gaze steadily. "Check your tactical reports, Commander. How are those pod recovery operations going?" Vex's scales shifted slightly, a tell that Miller had learned to recognize. "My forces will secure all landing sites within hours," Vex insisted. "Are you sure about that?" Miller asked. "How many of your soldiers grew up in famine-affected regions? How many have family still suffering? You can't stop information, Commander, not anymore." Vex's communicator chimed with an incoming transmission. He stepped away to answer it, his posture stiffening as he listened. Miller leaned closer to Chen. "Engineering." "No word," Chen whispered. "But internal sensors show movement in the evacuation tubes near their position." Miller nodded, allowing himself a moment of hope for Rodriguez and her team. "Way. Signal detected in the Central District, moving away from security headquarters." Vex returned, his scales now tight against his body in what Miller recognized as the Sele equivalent of shock. "Problems with your recovery teams, Commander?" Miller asked. Vex didn't answer. Instead, he turned and exited the brig, barking orders to his subordinates. Miller settled back against the cold bulkhead. The plan was working, information spreading, pods landing safely, crews implementing contingencies. Now it was a race against time, with 14 hours before Earth forces could arrive in the system. 14 hours to change the course of a civilization. 14 hours passed like a stretched wire, taut and humming with tension. Miller counted each minute, tracking the shifting moods of the Sele guards outside his cell. Their scales flickered in patterns he'd come to recognize as anxiety, their tails twitching at each new communication. Something was changing. "Captain," Lieutenant Chen whispered from the adjacent cell. "The guard rotation is off schedule, third time in 2 hours." Miller nodded slightly. The disruption to Sele military precision told its own story. "Any word from engineering?" "Nothing direct, but I overheard mentions of unauthorized shuttle activity in the auxiliary bay." A commotion outside the brig interrupted their exchange. The door slid open, and Commander Vex strode in, his posture rigid but his scales displaying an unusual pattern, not anger but something closer to confusion. "Captain Miller," Vex announced, "your presence is required." 2 guards removed Miller's restraints and escorted him from the cell, Chen watching with carefully masked concern as they departed. Vex led Miller not to an interrogation chamber but to a tactical operations room. Displays showed multiple orbital positions, with 3 new vessels highlighted in Earth colors. "Explain this," Vex demanded, indicating the ships. Miller studied the display. The EDF Harbinger Sarah Campbell's vessel held position between Earth's Bounty and the Sele fleet, while the medical ship Asclepius and agricultural vessel Demeter maintained supporting positions. "That would be Captain Campbell," Miller replied evenly. "She appears to be 13 hours ahead of schedule." This is an act of aggression. No, Miller corrected. This is a response to your act of aggression. You boarded my vessel during a humanitarian mission. Vex's scales tightened against his body. Your humanitarian mission is spreading chaos across 17 population centers. Is it chaos, Miller asked, or change? Vex activated a different display, showing footage from planet's surface. A Cele military unit stood in formation before a landed cargo pod, surrounded by civilians. The commanding officer appeared to be arguing with his subordinates. Your wheat has contaminated my military, Vex said, his voice lower now. Junior Commander Kelleth received direct orders to secure that cargo pod by any means necessary. Instead, he's negotiating with civilians. Miller watched as Kelleth positioned his troops in a protective formation around the pod rather than threatening the civilians. Looks like he's securing the pod to me, Miller observed. Just not in the way you intended. Vex's communicator chimed. He answered curtly, his scales shifting to a deep yellow pattern that Miller had never seen before. 3 more vessels have emerged from hyperspace, Vex said after ending the communication. Agricultural vessels according to their transponders. Operation Wheat Bridge, Miller murmured, recognizing Admiral Ray's protocol designation. You knew this was coming, Vex demanded. I hoped it would, Miller admitted. Tell me, Commander, have you eaten today? In the Nithva's nursery, Celia documented behavior that contradicted every educational text on Cele development. A group of 5 hatchlings, all weeped for the past 18 hours, had constructed a sleeping nest to their voluntary physical proximity that traditional Cele juveniles would find intolerable. Day 1, hour 18, she recorded. Subject Group Theron 5 has entered sleep cycle in communal configuration. Note particularly the positioning of stronger hatchlings on the perimeter, creating protective barrier for smaller group members. Her assistant Marin entered with fresh protein supplements. You should see what's happening in the Eastern Ward, he said quietly, setting down the tray. The older hatchlings are teaching the younger ones to read. Teaching, Celia repeated, startled. Voluntarily, yes, and they're using food distribution as positive reinforcement. Marin hesitated. I've managed to process some wheat for my sister's clutch. They've been on reduced rations for months. Instead of reporting this clear violation of government directives, Celia nodded. Document any behavioral changes. We're building the most important research dataset of our generation. A soft chime from her workstation interrupted them. The screen displayed a priority message from UMA's scientific network. Military units were deploying to destroy Earth cargo pods. We need to secure our supplies, Celia said, glancing at the sleeping hatchlings. These children cannot go back to what they were before. Chief Engineer Rodriguez calibrated the atmospheric shuttle's navigation systems, while Torres examined entry trajectories on a separate console. The security override is holding, Rodriguez reported. But they'll detect engine initiation the moment we power up. Communications Officer Patel adjusted the makeshift dressing on his arm wound. If we can reach the surface, we have 23 resistance contacts from Captain Miller's protocol. Atmospheric descent will take 17 minutes, Torres said, studying the navigation display. I recommend targeting landing zone 7 largest concentration of secured pods with minimal military presence. Medical technician Campbell finished checking the injured crew members. These 3 need proper medical attention within 12 hours. Rodriguez made her decision. We launch in 5 minutes. Torres, plot the course. Campbell, secure the wounded. Patel, prepare emergency communications to the Harbinger. As they executed her orders, Rodriguez accessed the shuttle's defensive systems limited but potential doctor. Useful if Cele vessels pursued them. The situation would likely become much worse before it doctor-roved. Under the dim light of Dr. Nira's hidden laboratory, Uma examined data streaming across a neural imaging display. The scan showed Dr. Neera's brain activity as she processed complex social scenarios designed to measure empathetic response. The enhancement to your frontal neural pathways is remarkable, Dr. Uma noted, comparing baseline readings with current scans. Your capacity for parallel perspective processing has increased 4 to 3%. Dr. Neera adjusted the scanner settings. The most significant changes are in the behavioral restriction centers, areas traditionally responsible for enforcing speciotypical aggression responses are showing reduced activity. Wei maintained watch near the doctor, laboratory's concealed entrance, neural disruptor ready. How quickly does this process advance? The initial doctor, Unges begin within 6 hours of consumption, Dr. Selith explained, studying the data. Full neurological integration requires approximately 7 to 2 hours, based on Dr. Patel's preliminary models. Razak, monitoring communications on a modified receiver, straightened suddenly. New message on the emergency frequency. Earth vessels have arrived in orbit, 3 ships, possibly more incoming. Wei assessed this development. The Sele military will divert resources to orbital defense, which creates our opportunity, Uma said, LUDRG up from the neural scans. We need to reach the detention levels at central administration. There are 6 to 3 scientists being held for questioning about the famine data. Dr. Neera removed the neural doctor, NNER. I can access central administration through the environmental monitoring network. My clearance should still be active. You're proposing a direct infiltration? Wei asked. Yes, Dr. Neera replied with unusual directness for a Sele. The normal probability assessment would categorize this as excessively dangerous, but I find myself less concerned with personal risk when balanced against potential benefits to others. Wei exchanged glances with Uma. This was precisely the doctor-logical shift they needed from Sele self-preservation to collective welfare. We move in 30 minutes, Wei decided. Razak, secure communications. Uma, prepare data packets for the scientists. Dr. Selith, what medical supplies do we need? As they prepared, Wei activated his secure uplink to Captain Miller's emergency protocol. The signal was weak, but President Miller was alive, and the information continued to spread. In the Sele Council chambers, High Counselor Thress faced open rebellion. Council member Zeth stood at the center of the chamber, backed by 11 other counselors. The motion of no confidence stands, Zeth declared, his elderly voice steady. High Counselor Thress has deliberately withheld critical information regarding the famine, rejected humanitarian aid, and ordered military action against our own people. This council cannot function while under the influence of foreign neurological agents, Thress countered, surveying the room. Earth's wheat contains compounds that alter Sele brain chemistry. Perhaps, Zeth acknowledged, but toward what end? My granddaughter consumed their wheat 12 hours ago. She now sleeps peacefully for the first time in her life, without the neurological disruptions of clutch rejection syndrome. Murmurs spread through the chamber. Clutch rejection syndrome had plagued Sele society for millennia, forcing the separation of hatchlings from their genetic relatives to prevent doctoral episodes. A counselor rose from the opposition. Are you suggesting the Earth compound treats CRS? I am stating it as medical fact, Zeth replied. The data in Captain Miller's transmission includes Dr. Patel's research confirming 89.7% effectiveness. The chamber doors burst open. A junior security officer entered, scales pale with stress. High Counselor, the crowds have breached the outer perimeter. Security forces are requesting permission to use suppressant measures. Thress rose. Authorization granted. Lethal force if necessary. No. Zeth moved to block the messenger. Countermand that order immediately. The security officer hesitated, looking Dr. Edwin, the 2 leaders, his divided loyalties visible in his scale patterns. Outside, the sounds of the crowd grew louder, a rising tide of voices demanding truth, demanding food, demanding change. On Earth's bounty, Dr. Sanjay Patel completed his final analysis of the wheat compound's interaction with cell neurology. The results confirmed his initial findings but revealed an even more remarkable pattern. The changes weren't random. They followed a developmental sequence that mirrored the neurological evolution of cooperative species throughout the galaxy. Computer, transmit findings to protocol compassionate disclosure, priority alpha, he instructed. As the data uploaded, Dr. Patel turned to the samples of wheat he'd been studying. The genetic structure Dr. sequences that seemed almost deliberately engineered for neurological compatibility across species, yet they appeared completely natural in origin. His tablet chimed with a priority message. The Asclepius had entered orbit, carrying Dr. Marcus Acaffer, Earth's foremost xenoneurologist and Patel's former mentor. Patel quickly composed a message detailing his findings, emphasizing the critical fourth stage of neurological adaptation, the capacity for true interspecies empathy. This wasn't merely about helping the cell overcome their internal divisions. It potentially represented the key to integrating them into the wider galactic community. As he worked, the ship's internal sensors detected movement in the corridor outside the sealed laboratory. Security protocols activated automatically, sealing all entries and initiating emergency data backup. Patel continued working. Whatever happened next, the truth about the wheat would endure, survive. The unusual movement outside his laboratory door might signal danger, but the knowledge he'd uncovered was worth protecting at any cost. 24 hours after the initial cargo drop, Rodriguez's shuttle plummeted through Cele's atmosphere. Warning lights flashed across the command console as the craft shuddered violently. Stabilizers failing. Torres called out, fingers flying across the controls. I can't maintain optimal descent trajectory. Rodriguez diverted emergency power to the landing systems. Adjust vector to landing zone 7 Alpha. We'll aim for the recreation field in Zask's eastern district. The shuttle broke through cloud cover, revealing the sprawling urban landscape below. Torres wrestled with the controls as they descended toward a rectangular clearing surrounded by arched structures. Brace for impact, Rodriguez shouted as the shuttle hit the ground, skidding across the recreation area. Metal screamed against soil until the craft finally shuddered to a halt. For several seconds, only the hiss of damaged systems broke the silence. Then Rodriguez unbuckled her restraints. Status report. Propulsion system completely offline, Torres said, examining the readouts. Navigation functional but compromised. Campbell checked the wounded crew members. Patient stable, but Ensign Perk needs surgery within 10 hours. Communications Officer Patel winced as he stood, his injured arm throbbing. We should establish defensive positions before Cele security forces arrive. Rodriguez nodded, reaching for her sidearm. Standard containment protocol. Torres, secure the... She stopped mid-sentence as the emergency hatch slid open. Instead of security forces, a group of civilian Cele stood watching them. Rodriguez tensed, ready for the hostility typical of Cele encountering unknown entities. But the civilians merely observed them with tilted heads and shifting scale patterns. One stepped forward cautiously, hands open in what appeared to be a non-threatening gesture. Your vessel is damaged, the Cele observed in accented standard language. The precipitation season begins tonight. You require shelter. Rodriguez exchanged glances with Torres, who shrugged slightly. Yes, Rodriguez replied carefully. We need repairs and medical assistance. The Cele nodded. I am Nelth. I work in structural engineering. Others here have medical training. He gestured to the sky where dark clouds gathered. Storm front approaching. Your Dr. deed should not remain exposed. Campbell stepped forward. You're offering to help us. Nelth's scales rippled in what might have been confusion. You brought food when our leaders claimed no shortage existed. Why will we not help in return? In Dr. Nira's laboratory, Wei connected the final components of their makeshift broadcasting system while Razak calibrated the transmission frequency. We've successfully patched into the emerging Doctor, either alert network, Razak Rep-DRED. The government doesn't monitor these frequencies closely, they're automated systems. UMA examined the broadcast radius on their display. This will reach all major populati doctor centers and most agricultural districts. Dr. Selith organized data tablets containing Dr. Patel's research findings. The information is simplified for public consumption. Basic preparation instructions, expected neurological effects, benefits to communal behavior patterns. Dr. Neera adjusted the neural scanner she'd been using to document her own changing brain patterns. I've included my personal testimony. Many Sele will find the changes alarming without context. Wei tested the transmission signal, satisfied with the steady indicator lights. We broadcast in 3 minutes. Razak's security status. Local enforcement patrols are concentrated in the government district. This sector remains low priority. Wei nodded. Begin final checklist. UMA, prepare the primary message. UMA stepped to the broadcasting unit, data tablet in hand. Her voice was steady as she began the transmission that would reach millions of Sele simultaneously. Attention citizens. This is an emergency public health broadcast. The food supplies delivered by Earth vessels contain compounds that enhance neural function. These changes are beneficial and include improved cooperative capacity and reduced aggressive response. She continued with precise instructions for preparation and expected effects. The transmission sent. Wei watched the confirmation indicators with guarded satisfaction. The truth spreads. Now we wait. Aboard Earth's Bounty, Commander Vex stared at Lieutenant Mevak, unable to process what he was hearing. You're suggesting I've been misled about civilian conditions? Vex demanded. Lieutenant Mevak placed a data tablet on the conference table. I'm presenting evidence, Commander. This footage was captured during our containment operation in Zask's Market District. The display showed emaciated Sele civilians fighting over food scraps. Children with dulled scales lay listlessly in makeshift shelters. Official reports indicated food distribution inefficiencies, not starvation, Vex said, his voice less certain than before. With respect, Commander, another officer interjected, these aren't inefficiencies. These are deliberate misallocations. Vex recognized Lieutenant Sorin, his weapons officer. The lieutenant's scales showed patterns of distress Vex had never observed in him before. Our orders were to secure Earth's vessel and contain foreign contamination, Sorin continued. But these humans brought food to starving civilians when our own government denied their suffering. Mevak stepped closer. Commander, I've served under you for 7 cycles. I've never questioned your orders. He gestured to the images. But I cannot reconcile our mission with these realities. Vex felt something unfamiliar rising within him, doubt about the righteousness of their mission. Concern for civilians he'd been trained to view as secondary to security priorities. He couldn't identify when this shift had begun, but suspected it coincided with consuming rations near the secured cargo pods. This discussion borders on insubordination, Vex noted, but without the conviction that would have accompanied such a statement yesterday. Yes, Commander, Mevak acknowledged. By definition, it does. Yet we feel compelled to raise these concerns regardless of disciplinary consequences. Vex studied his officers, noting the united front they presented unprecedented in his command experience. Something fundamental was changing in Sele society, beginning with these officers, extending to the troops who refused to confiscate food from civilians, reaching even himself. His communicator chimed with an alert from the bridge. Commander, 5 vessels have broken formation. They're repositioning around the Earth vessel. Captain Miller felt the shift in atmosphere before Vex arrived at the brig. The guards' postures had relaxed incrementally over the past hours, their typical rigid vigilance giving way to something approaching normal attentiveness. When Commander Vex entered, Miller immediately noticed subtle differences. The commander's movements were less staccato, his scale patterns displaying colors Miller hadn't observed before. "Captain Miller," Vex began, dismissing the guards with a gesture. When they had left, he continued, "I find myself with questions that our intelligence files cannot answer." Miller leaned forward. "What questions?" Vex paced the small cell. "Your species prioritizes individual autonomy, yet functions collectively during crises. You value personal freedom yet accept governance constraints. These seem contradictory." "They're complementary, not contradictory," Miller replied. "Individual strength contributes to collective resilience. Our training teaches that such balance is impossible. That species either develop strong hierarchical structures or devolve into chaotic individualism." Miller noted the use of "our training teaches" rather than "we know," a subtle but significant distinction. "Yet Earth thrives," Vex continued. "Your agricultural productivity exceeds most council worlds despite less centralized planning." "Because innovation doesn't come from uniformity," Miller explained. "It emerges from diverse perspectives working toward common goals." Vex stopped pacing, his scales shifting to a contemplative pattern. "For generations, we've viewed cell isolation as strength preservation of our cultural purity." He turned to Miller. "I'm beginning to consider whether isolation has actually limited our development." Miller recognized the profound nature of this admission from a senior cell military commander. This wasn't mere diplomatic posturing. This was genuine self-examination. "Tell me about your governance structures," Vex requested, sitting across from Miller. "How do you balance the needs of individuals against collective welfare?" As Miller began explaining Earth's complex governmental systems, he realized they were engaged in the first genuine cultural exchange between their species, not strategic negotiation, not crisis management, but authentic dialogue. And it was happening in a detention cell between captor and captive. "We don't always get it right," Miller admitted, "but we keep trying to improve." "Improvement requires acknowledging imperfection," Vex observed quietly, "something our society has traditionally viewed as weakness." Outside the brig, alarms suddenly blared. Vex's communicator activated with an urgent signal. "Commander," a voice reported, "the Draconid Empire has entered the system. 3 vessels holding position at system edge." Vex's scales shifted instantly to alert patterning. "Maintain observation. I'll report to command immediately." He turned to Miller. "It seems our conversation must continue later, Captain. Events are accelerating beyond anyone's control." As Vex hurried out, Miller contemplated the implications. The Draconids, opportunistic and expansionist that arrived at the precise moment Cele society was undergoing unprecedented transformation. Their timing couldn't be coincidental. The wheat-induced changes were spreading faster than anyone had anticipated, reaching beyond the planet to affect the balance of power in the entire system. And now, external forces were gathering, watching, waiting to see what emerged from Cele's evolutionary leap forward. Miller stood at the viewport of his detention cell, watching as the 3 Draconid vessels maintained their position at the system's edge. Their arrival complicated an already volatile situation. The Cele homeworld below showed visible changes even from orbit. The usual rigid patterns of city traffic had given way to more organic movement flows, as people organized themselves around new priorities. His door slid open without the usual security protocol. Commander Vex entered, accompanied by 5 senior Cele officers. Their scale patterns displayed unusual colorations, blues and greens that Miller had rarely observed in Cele military personnel. "Captain Miller," Vex said, his voice lacking its former clipped precision, "I request your assistance in an official capacity." Miller turned from the viewport. "That's an unexpected development, Commander. These are unprecedented circumstances." Vex gestured to a data tablet one of his officers held. Our medical division has completed neurological scans of personnel who consumed Earth wheat supplies. The officer stepped forward, displaying brain scans with highlighted regions. These areas were previously inactive in cell neurophysiology. They now show increased blood flow and neural connectivity. Miller studied the images. Similar to human brain structures associated with empathy and cooperative decision-making. Precisely, Vex confirmed. I've undergone these scans myself. The evidence is irrefutable. He paused, scales rippling in what Miller now recognized as an expression of internal conflict. My thought processes have altered. I find myself considering civilian welfare alongside security objectives. Another officer spoke. 36 hours after initial wheat distribution, we're observing unprecedented societal reorganization planet-wide. The High Council fractured completely this morning, added a third officer. 16 members withdrew support from High Councilor Thress. Constitutional quorum no longer exists. Miller absorbed this information. Who's in charge now? Council Member Zeth has assumed emergency provisional leadership, Vex explained. He's issued a planet-wide stand-on order to all military units. And Thress, barricaded in Central Military Command beneath Zask with 12 loyalist commanders, he refuses to acknowledge the transfer of power. Miller noted the careful neutrality in Vex's tone. Where do you stand in this division, Commander? Vex's scales shifted to a pattern Miller hadn't seen before. I find myself unable to maintain the rigid hierarchical thinking required by traditional military doctrine. I've relieved myself of command. The statement hung in the air between them. Miller recognized its profound significance. A high-ranking Sele officer voluntarily relinquishing authority was unprecedented. Lieutenant Mevak now holds operational authority, Vex continued, indicating the officer to his right. He has consumed larger quantities of wheat and demonstrates more advanced adaptation to the neurological changes. Mevak stepped forward. Our military has effectively trifurcated. 40% recognize Zeth's authority, 30% maintain loyalty to Thress. His scales displayed a calm, steady pattern. The remaining 30%, including this vessel, have declared operational autonomy. We focus solely on humanitarian distribution rather than political allegiance. We require your expertise, Captain, Vex said. You understand these neurological changes. Your species has evolved with these brain structures functioning naturally. We need guidance navigating this transition. Miller's communication panel chimed. Incoming transmission from Admiral Reyes, Captain. Display, Miller ordered. Admiral Reyes appeared on screen, her expression professionally composed despite the extraordinary circumstances. Captain Miller, your status has been upgraded. You're no longer considered detained. I've authorized the Harbinger under Captain Campbell to establish diplomatic contact with the Draconid vessels while maintaining defensive positioning around Earth's bounty. The Draconids, Admiral? Miller asked. They've requested direct communication regarding what they're calling the biological transformation event on the Sele homeworld. Rey's expression revealed her surprise. Their terminology suggests detailed awareness of the wheat's effects. Vex and his officers exchanged glances. Our agricultural fleet is entering Sele atmosphere now, Reyes continued. Lieutenant Commander Wei and Uma have established 5 distribution hubs alongside Dr. Nira. They're transmitting coordinates to both orbital vessels and Rodriguez's ground team. The viewport display highlighted 7 massive carriers descending through the atmosphere, each escorted by both human security drones and Sele vessels. The largest humanitarian deployment in Earth history, Miller observed, made possible by unprecedented political unity, Reyes confirmed. I need you to work directly with Commander Vex and the Sele leadership transition. Full diplomatic authority granted. Understood, Admiral. As the transmission ended, 3 additional Sele military vessels broke formation with the Loyalist fleet, repositioning to protect civilian population centers. Those ships recognize Zeth's authority, Mevek explained. Thres lacks sufficient orbital forces to prevent humanitarian deployment now. Miller turned to Vex. I'll help however I can. But this transition belongs to the Sele people. We're witnessing evolutionary acceleration, Captain, Vex responded. My species is developing in days what might have taken generations through natural selection. A communication officer entered hurriedly. Commander, we're receiving reports from the surface. Civilian populations are spontaneously clearing landing zones for the Earth vessels without military or governmental coordination. Self-organization capabilities emerging, one of Vex's science officers noted, consistent with enhanced prefrontal cortex activity. Miller moved to the larger command display. Show me the Nithva's nursery status. The display shifted to surveillance footage of the hatchling facility. Miller watched as juvenile Sele, typically kept in isolation due to aggressive tendencies, worked cooperatively during feeding exercises. More surprising, older juveniles asked Doctor, Ursary staff with newly hatched clutches. Unprecedented behavior, Vex commented. Juveniles typically show indifference or hostile toward unrelated hatchlings. The wheat's effects appear magnified in developing brains, Miller observed. Another alert sounded. Doctor, incoming transmission from Dr. Patel and Dr. Neera's laboratory. The scientists appeared on screen, working side by side in what appeared to be a makeshift research center. Captain, Dr. Patel began, we've mapped the neurological progression pattern. The changes follow a consistent sequence regardless of genetic variation. Dr. Dra continued, her scales displaying excited patterns. First emerges enhanced nutritional metabolism and physical recovery, followed by increased empathy toward immediate social groups, then expanded cross-group cooperation capacity, and finally abstract ethical reasoning development. Dr. V developed simplified neurological scanners, Dr. Patel added, holding up a modified Sele health monitor. Color-coded readings show which transformation stage an individual has reached. We're distributing them to community centers across major population areas. This allows our people to understand and prepare for their cognitive changes, Dr. Neera explained. It reduces fear while enabling community support systems. Excellent work, Miller acknowledged. The communications officer interrupted again. The Draconids have transmitted a formal request to establish a permanent diplomatic observation post on the Sele homeworld. This announcement silenced the room. Impossible, one of Vex's officers muttered. The Draconids have been hostile for centuries. Their request went simultaneously to Provisional Leader Zeth and Earth authorities, the communications officer continued. Commander Klazeth indicates their scientists wish to study our evolutionary acceleration event. They suggest interest in reproducing similar effects within their civilization. Miller exchanged glances with Vex. The wheat's impact extends beyond your world. It's shifting the balance of power throughout this sector. Reports from Zask's governmental district, another officer announced. The first formal meeting between wheat-affected military leaders and civilian experts is underway. No traditional hierarchical protocols observed. The display showed footage of the meeting. Military strategists, scientists, and civil administrators engaged in collaborative discussion, with speaking order determined by expertise rather than rank. A meritocratic approach to crisis management, Vex observed. The first visible institutional adaptation, Doctor, are neurological changes. This is only the beginning, Miller said, watching as Earth's agricultural vessels touched down across the planet's surface. 36 hours since initial distribution, and your society has already transformed fundamentally. Lieutenant Mevek approached. Captain Miller, Our shuttle is prepared to transport you to the surface. Dr. Neera's team requests your presence." Miller nodded, looking back at the Draconid vessels holding position at system's edge. Their arrival marked more than just an observation mission. It signaled recognition of a power shift that would reshape this entire region of space. "Commander Vex, you mentioned evolutionary acceleration," Miller said as they headed toward the shuttle bay. "But this isn't just biological evolution, it's cultural, political, and social transformation happening simultaneously." "The question remains," Vex replied, his scales showing contemplative patterns, "whether our species is prepared for such rapid change." "The question remains," Vex replied, his scales showing contemplative patterns, "whether our species is prepared for such rapid transformation." The shuttle bay doors opened automatically as they approached. Miller noticed how Sele personnel moved with newfound fluidity, their traditionally rigid formations giving way to more adaptive positioning based on immediate task requirements rather than protocol. "Prepared or not," Miller responded, "it's happening. The most we can do is guide the process." 48 hours after the initial cargo drop, Miller stood at the command center of Earth's Bounty, free from detention and formally reinstated as captain. The neurological transformation across Sele society had reached maximum efficacy in first-wave consumers, creating changes that astonished even the most optimistic scientists. "Captain," Lieutenant Park called from the sensor station, "we're detecting 12 vessels entering the system." Miller moved to the display. "Origin, multiple signatures," Park replied, examining the readings. "Arcturian, Vega, Rigelian, Tau Ceti, and Procyon configurations, all civilian-class medical vessels." Lieutenant Mevak, now working alongside Miller rather than opposing him, displayed visible surprise. "These species have maintained strict neutrality in regional matters for decades." "Not anymore," Miller said. "They're responding to the compassionate disclosure protocol I initiated." He turned to his communications officer. "Establish contact and coordinate their approach with Captain Campbell and Senior Fleet Officer Laxeth." The main display showed the defensive perimeter formed by the EDF Harbinger and Laxeth's defected Sele vessels adjusting to allow controlled passage of the incoming medical ships. Miller activated the shipwide communication system. "All personnel report to main conference facility. We're establishing a joint human-Sele crisis management center." Within 30 minutes, Miller stood before a mixed assembly of human crew and Sele military personnel. The traditional segregation between species had vanished, replaced by a sense of united purpose. "We're facing an unprecedented situation," Miller addressed the group. "The solution requires unprecedented methods. You'll be organized into cross-species teams focused on specific objectives rather than traditional command structures." He displayed a holographic organizational chart showing integrated teams. "These assignments match complementary skills regardless of species origin. Each team will develop solutions for one of our 3 priorities: coordinating planet-wide food distribution, managing social transition due to neurological changes, and developing a unified response to the Draconid diplomatic request." Lieutenant Chen raised her hand. "Sir, integrating our operational methodologies with Sele protocols will require significant adaptation." "That's precisely why we're doing it," Miller responded. "The preliminary tests show cross-species teams develop solutions neither humans nor Sele could conceive alone." The sensor officer interrupted. "Captain, we're receiving an emergency transmission from Lieutenant Commander Wei." Wei's face appeared on screen, the industrial district of Zask visible behind her. "Captain, we've successfully merged our resistance network with Zeth's official distribution system. UMA is coordinating with local authorities to implement a unified distribution model." "Any resistance from official channels?" Miller asked. "That's what's remarkable," Wei replied, genuine surprise in her voice. There's been no power struggle at all. Officials affected by the wheat are prioritizing efficiency over traditional hierarchies. Uma appeared beside Wei, holding a tablet displaying distribution statistics. We've established allocation protocols, ensuring supplies reach all population segments regardless of previous political status. The military elite no longer receives priority, a fundamental departure from Sele resource distribution norms. What about threats? Miller asked. Wei's expression darkened. Still barricaded in Central Military Command with his loyalists, but an alarm blared through the communication channel. Wei turned sharply as someone off-screen shouted, "Commander." Orbital weapons platform activating over Zask. Miller's tactical display immediately highlighted a previously dormant satellite moving into position above the city. What is that? Mevek stepped forward, scales displaying alarm patterns. Classified defense platform. Antimatter containment technology, designed as last resort against Draconid invasion. Miller watched in horror as the platform oriented toward the largest Earth agricultural vessel currently offloading supplies in Zask's northern district. "It's targeting our people," Miller said. "Wei, Rodriguez, get everyone to shelter immediately." The platform's energy signature spiked as it prepared to fire. Miller calculated they had seconds at most. Then, abruptly, the weapon's targeting systems went offline. The platform drifted from its firing position, its weapons systems powering down. What happened? Miller demanded. The answer came moments later as a Sele military channel activated. 3 Sele officers appeared on screen, standing in what appeared to be Thres's command center. Behind them, Miller glimpsed Thres himself, physically restrained and surrounded by other officers. "This is Major Keyleth of Central Command," one officer announced. "We have neutralized High Counselor Thres's attempt to activate orbital defenses against Earth vessels. We could not follow those orders." The unspoken implication hung in the air. These officers had committed mutinian act previously inconceivable in Sele military culture. The wheat's neurological effects had overridden even the deepest conditioned loyalty. "The platform is secure," another officer confirmed. "We've disabled its targeting capabilities." Wei's channel reconnected. "Captain, we're safe. Rodriguez wants to speak with you urgently." Rodriguez appeared on screen, standing amid a hybrid cultivation system where Earth hydroponic equipment had been integrated with Sele agricultural technology. "Captain, we've done it. Working with Keleth's people, we've successfully merged our technologies. The hybrid system multiplies crop yield by 340% compared to Earth standard methods while using 47% less water and energy than Sele synthetic protein production." Miller examined the schematics Rodriguez transmitted. "This isn't J-Doctor, Argency food production. This is sustainable agriculture capable of Su-Doctor, arting your entire population." "Exactly," Rodriguez confirmed, excitement evident in his expression. "I'm documenting everything for transmission to Earth. This Doctortem could revolutionize resource-limited colony worlds." Miller's communication panel chimed with an incoming transmission from Dr. Patel and Dr. Seleth. Their research findings appeared on screen simultaneously. "Captain, Dr. Patel began, our analysis confirms the neurological changes are permanent and heritable. Offspring of wheat-consuming Sele will inherit the enhanced neural structures." Dr. Seleth continued, "More significantly, the wheat compound doesn't force unnatural changes. It enhances expression of previously suppressed traits within Sele DN adornment capabilities already encoded in our genetic structure." "You're saying the wheat isn't creating something new," Miller clarified, "but accelerating a potential evolutionary path already present in Sele biology." "Precisely," both scientists confirmed simultaneously. A priority alert from Captain Campbell interrupted their discussion. "Miller, The Draconids are conducting detailed scans of the wheat shipments. Their energy signatures suggest they're gathering data to potentially replicate the effects. And there's more. Commander Klazeth has requested a personal meeting with you regarding implications of accelerated empathic development in hierarchical societies. Miller processed this information. The Draconids, historically hostile to both humans and Sele, were now showing interest in the wheat's transformative properties. The implications extended far beyond the immediate crisis. Forward the request to Admiral Reyes, Miller instructed. I'll need her authorization before engaging directly with Klazeth. Another communication channel activated. Celia appeared, transmitting from Nithva's nursery. Captain, you need to see this. The nursery footage showed juvenile Sele, those who first consumed wheat porridge 48 hours earlier, gathered around a clutch of newly arrived hatchlings with visible genetic defects. These defective hatchlings would traditionally be culled under Sele practices, Celia explained. But watch. Miller observed as the wheat-affected juveniles formed a protective circle around the defective hatchlings. Instead of rejecting them as evolutionary liabilities, the stronger juveniles actively assisted those with mobility limitations, creating an improvised care system. This represents a fundamental shift from Sele evolutionary principles, Celia noted. From individual fitness to a social support model more similar to human developmental practices. A final communication arrived from Provisional Leader Zeth. Captain Miller, I request your assistance in designing a representative governing chamber based on human democratic principles. I've established a bicameral systemone chamber following traditional Sele hierarchical models, another operating on representative principles. This hybrid approach will maintain stability during our transition. Miller looked around the command center where humans and Sele now worked seamlessly together. In just 48 hours, wheat consumption had transformed not just Sele neurology, but the fundamental organization of their society. The changes continuing to unfold would reshape interspecies relations across multiple star systems. Inform Zeth I'll provide whatever assistance I can, Miller told his communications officer. And alert Admiral Reyes that we may need to expand our mission parameters. As if in answer, a message arrived from Earth government via Admiral Reyes. Operation Wheat Bridge was being expanded beyond its original scope. 23 additional vessels had departed Earth carrying specialized agricultural equipment, technical experts, and medical personnel. The magnitude of what they'd initiated was only beginning to materialize. Miller looked toward the Draconid vessels holding position at system's edge, wondering what their interest truly signified for the future of interspecies relations. Relations across multiple star systems. The intelligence from Admiral Reyes about the Draconid interest particularly concerned Miller. Their historically aggressive stance toward both humans and Sele made their sudden attention to the wheat's effects potentially volatile. Miller stood from his command chair, stretching muscles tense from hours of continuous crisis management. Lieutenant Park, maintain continuous monitoring of Draconid vessel movements. I want to know if their positioning changes by even a millimeter. Yes, Captain, Park replied, fingers already adjusting sensor parameters. The next 7 to 2 hours transformed the crisis with remarkable speed. Miller watched from Earth's Bounty's observation deck as supply shuttles crisscrossed the atmosphere below, their flight forming an intricate web over the planet's surface. The coordination between Earth vessels and Sele distribution centers had reached near-perfect efficiency. Distribution has reached 90% of the population, Lieutenant Chen reported, scrolling through logistics data. Remaining regions should receive supplies within the next 6 hours. Miller nodded. And neurological impact as Dr. Mentz. Dr. Patel's team confirms widespread neural adaptation consistent with initial observations, Chen said. The transformation has stabilized across all monitored population centers. A notification appeared on Miller's personal tablet, Admiral Reyes, authorizing the meeting request from Commander Klazeth. The proposal specified neutral ground, DRE Arcturian medical vessel Asclepius, under the supervision of Dr. Marcus Acaffer, who had maintained diplomatic neutrality through 3 interspecies conflicts. Send confirmation, Miller told his communications officer. The meeting is approved, and contact Lieutenant Commander Wei. I need him back from the surface. Miller assembled his delegation with careful consideration. Security Chief Donovan for tactical assessment, Dr. Patel for scientific expertise, and Lieutenant Commander Wei for his diplomatic experience during the Proxima Centauri conflicts. Each brought essential perspective to what would be the first formal meeting between human, Sele, and Draconid leadership in recorded history. Up, Doctor, on Thres, Miller asked as they prepared for departure. Mevak displayed the security feed from a Sele medical facility. Formal charges filed for attempted weapons deployment against civilian targets. He's under continuous medical monitoring. The feed showed Thres secured to a medical bed, surrounded by Sele physicians taking neural readings. The former leader appeared physically unchanged despite confirmed wheat consumption. Dr. Seleth's preliminary findings indicate a genetic variation, Mevak explained. Approximately 0.7% of the population shows delayed neurological adaptation. They're developing modified wheat strains with enhanced compounds for affected individuals, ensuring no one remains isolated from the transformation, Miller observed. Ingenious approach. Their shuttle departed for the Asclepius, passing over Zask's primary food production facility, where Rodriguez's team had completed the first large-scale implementati doctor of the hybrid Earth-Sele agricultural system. The facility's transparent dome revealed rows of thriving plants combining characteristics of Earth wheat and Sele native vegetation. First harvest cycle completed 12 hours ago, Wei noted, reviewing production data. Nutrient density exceeds projections by 32%. Distribution to outlying settlements began immediately. The hybrid plants Kanta Doctor, enhanced neurological compounds, Dr. Patel added. They're simultaneously addressing the famine's physical impact while accelerating the societal transformation. The shuttle docked with the Asclepius, a vessel designed specifically for interspecies medical cooperation. The meeting chamber featured environmental controls that automatically adjusted to each species' physiological requirements, with 3 distinct sections converging at a central table. Dr. Marcus Acaffer greeted them at the airlock. The tall, distinguished physician had earned universal respect for his work during the Tau Ceti plague. Captain Miller, he said, extending his hand. The others have arrived. I've established strict protocols for this discussion. All parties must state their interests transparently before substantive negotiations begin. Understood, Miller replied. We'll comply fully. Inside the chamber, Provisional Leader Zeth waited with 2 Sele advisors. The Draconid delegation occupied the 3rd section, their scaled bodies reflecting the specialized lighting Dr. told for their comfort. Commander Klazeth rose as Miller entered. The Draconid stood nearly 7 feet tall, with iridescent scales that shifted from deep blue to purple, depending on the angle of light. His eyes vertical slits of amber tracked Miller's movement with predatory precision. Captain Miller, Klazeth said, the translation system converting his clicks and hisses into standard English. Your actions have created significant interest among my people. Dr. Acaffer activated the chamber's recording systems. This historic meeting begins with formal introductions. Each representative will state their name, position, and primary interest in these discussions. Miller stepped forward. Captain Alexander Miller, commanding officer of Earth vessel Earth's Bounty. I represent Earth government's humanitarian mission to address the Sele famine crisis. Zeth followed. Provisional Leader Zeth, representing the transitional government of Sele. I seek continued assistance for my people and formal recognition of our new governmental structure. Klazeth moved to the center of his section. Commander Klazeth, representing the central authority of the Draconid Confederation. My presence here serves a purpose that requires transparency. The Draconid paused, his scales shifting pattern in what Miller recognized as their equivalent of deep consideration. The Draconid Confederation faces a crisis parallel to the Sele famine, Klazeth continued. Synthetic food production facilities in our outer colonies have experienced catastrophic failures. We have observed the wheat's transformative effects on Sele society with great interest. We seek access to this compound for controlled introduction within our own population. The admission stunned the chamber into silence. The Draconids, historically among the most secretive and aggressive species in known space, had voluntarily revealed a critical vulnerability. We understand this request contradicts our historical stance, Klazeth added. The survival of our outer colonies overrides traditional policies. At that moment, Miller received a priority transmission from Admiral Reyes. The Earth government had authorized Captain Campbell to execute a strategic humanitarian expansion. The EDF Harbinger would depart Sele orbit for the Draconid homeworld, carrying agricultural experts and modified wheat samples for preliminary testing. Commander Klazeth, Miller said, I'm authorized to inform you that Earth government has approved preliminary humanitarian assistance. The EDF Harbinger will accompany your vessels back to Draconid space with agricultural specialists and seed samples. Klazeth's scales rippled with what Miller interpreted as surprise. This exceeds our expectations for initial negotiations. Humanitarian aid isn't contingent on political alignment, Miller replied. Though I should note Admiral Reyes has authorized deployment of 3 additional defensive vessels to the Sele system, a standard security precaution. Understood, Klazeth said. We would take similar measures. The discussion continued for hours, establishing protocols for information sharing and technological exchange. Meanwhile, on the planet below, the transformation continued to unfold in ways that surpassed the wildest predictions of Earth scientists. At Nithva's nursery, Celia, documented as wheat-affected juvenile Sele, established the first cross-generational mentoring system in our species' history. Older juveniles voluntarily assumed teaching responsibilities for younger clutches, transferring knowledge directly rather than following the traditional isolation-based development model. They're creating a completely new social structure, Celia explained in her transmission to Miller's science team. Developmental specialists from across the planet are arriving to study these behaviors as potential evolutionary advantages. Simultaneously, Uma and Dr. Nira completed an educational curriculum explaining the neurological changes to the general Sele population. The materials compared the wheat-induced transformations to natural evolutionary processes, emphasizing that the compounds activated existing genetic potential rather than imposing foreign traits. The distribution through both standard networks and resistance channels ensures comprehensive coverage, Uma reported during a brief communication window. Even traditional communities with religious objections are beginning to accept the changes as enhancement of natural abilities rather than artificial manipulation. Lieutenant Mevak, who had consumed wheat porridge continuously for over 5 days, displayed advanced cognitive integration as he developed a revolutionary hybrid Dr. M-Man structure for Sele military forces. The system merged traditional hierarchical efficiency with human-inspired flexibility, creating specialized units capable of independent decision-making while maintaining coordinated action. Senior Fleet Officer Laxith is implementing similar changes in orbital defense forces, Mevak informed Miller. The restructuring maintains effective security, Dr. Ryans, despite the fragmentation of previous command chains. Perhaps most significant was Dr. Patel's discovery of secondary neurological development approximately 70 hours after initial wheat consumption. Advanced brain scans revealed enhanced activity in regions associated with abstract problem-solving and creative thinking, cognitive areas traditionally underdeveloped in cell evolution compared to humans. This explains the rapid technological innovations emerging across cell society, Dr. Patel explained during a break in the negotiations. The wheat enhances not just empathy and cooperation, but foundational cognitive flexibility previously limited in cell cognition. As Miller observed the proceedings aboard the Asclepius, he received one final report that crystallized the profound transformation taking place. Provisional leader Zeth had proposed opening the cell homeworld to limited immigration from other Federation species. First time in their civilization's history, such a policy had been considered. The implications extended far beyond the immediate crisis. Earth government had already authorized preparation of specialized diplomatic and scientific missions for long-term deployment to cell territories. A historically isolated civilization was transitioning toward active participation in the interspecies community. Miller caught Commander Klazeth watching him with those unblinking amber eyes. The Draconid inclined his head slightly. "You understand the significance of what you've initiated, Captain Miller," Klazeth said quietly. "Your wheat may remake the balance of power across this entire sector." "It was never about power," Miller replied. "It was about survival." "Perhaps," Klazeth said, "in your case they are the same thing." "It was never about power," Miller replied. "It was about survival." "Perhaps," Klazeth said, "in your case they are the same thing." 3 months later, Miller stood at the observation window of the newly established Earth Embassy in Zask's diplomatic district. The structure before him would have been inconceivable during his first days on the cell homeworld. Where traditional cell architecture featured defensive barriers and narrow entrances designed to control access, the embassy incorporated open archways and transparent walls. Hybrid gardens bordered gathering spaces where humans and cell moved freely between discussion groups. "The Southern Pavilion opened this morning," Lieutenant Commander Wei said as he approached. 17 cell educational groups have already scheduled tour. Miller nodded approvingly. "How are you adjusting to the ambassadorial role?" "The transition has been smoother than expected. The cell diplomatic corps is remarkably accommodating since the transformation." Wei gestured toward a group of cell officials conversing with Earth representatives. "They've incorporated our suggestion for joint protocol development rather than insisting we follow their traditions." A soft alert chimed on Miller's communication device. "The atmospheric processor installation at the Eastern Agricultural Center is complete," Rodriguez reported, his face appearing on the small screen. "We're initiating calibration sequences." The integration of cell weather control with our rainfall management systems exceeds efficiency projections by 18%. Miller watched as the engineer's camera view panned across the massive agricultural complex. Where barren ground had once stretched to the horizon, fields of golden green hybrid crops now thrived under T-Doctor massive atmospheric domes. "Production figures?" Miller asked. "We've hit 450% of pre-famine yields," Rodriguez replied, pride evident in his voice. "The second-generation hybrid seeds are developing on schedule. Most importantly, the nutrient profile maintains stable levels of the neurological compounds." The achievement represented more than mere agricultural success. It meant true food sovereignty for the cell independence from ongoing Earth assistance and protection against future crises. "Captain," Dr. Patel's voice interrupted from another channel, "I've completed the final neural mapping survey from the polar settlements. Miller switched feeds to see Patel in her laboratory, surrounded by three-dimensional brain scans hovering in the air around her. "The results are conclusive," she continued. 99.3% of the population now shows the enhanced neural structures. Even the resistant cases, including former High Counselor Thress, are displaying partial adaptation with the modified strains. The image shifted to a secure medical facility where Thress sat at a workstation. The former leader's movements remained somewhat rigid compared to fully transformed Selle, but he was calmly reviewing governance documents alongside members of the restructured council. "He's providing valuable institutional knowledge," Patel explained. "While he maintains some xenophobic tendencies, they're sufficiently moderated to allow productive collaboration." Miller ended the call as Ambassador Wei approached with a Selle delegation. "Captain Miller," Wei said formally, "Provisional Leader Zeth has requested your presence at the site selection ceremony for the Interspecies Cooperation Center." The journey to Zask's central district took them through areas Miller barely recognized. Where riot suppression units had once battled desperate Selle civilians, construction crews now worked alongside automated building systems. The architectural renderings displayed on public screens showed a facility designed with elements from 17 Federation species. "We chose this location deliberately," Zeth explained as they arrived at the cordoned area. "This exact spot saw the first food riots that escalated into violence. The transformation from crisis to opportunity must be physically embodied in our city." The ceremony proceeded with representatives from each participating species adding material from their homeworlds to the foundation mixture. Miller contributed a small container of Earth soil, rich with the microorganisms that had helped Earth wheat adapt to alien environments. As the ceremony concluded, Security Chief Donovan contacted Miller through a private channel. "Sir, we've neutralized a situation at the main agricultural processing center." "Casualties?" Miller asked immediately. "None," Donovan replied. Lieutenant Mevac's integrated response team performed exactly as designed. 200 traditionalists who'd been hiding in abandoned military bunkers attempted to sabotage the environmental controls. The visual feed showed Selle security personnel working alongside human officers. They used containment fields and neural disruptors rather than lethal weapons, efficiently securing the attackers without injuries. "Mevac is already implementing rehabilitation protocols," Donovan continued. "Rather than punishment, they'll receive individualized neurological support and gradual integration." Miller's attention was redirected as a priority communication arrived from Earth Fleet Command. Admiral Reyes appeared on the secure channel. "Captain Miller, I wanted you to hear this directly. The EDF Harbinger has returned from the Draconid homeworld with remarkable findings. The wheat is working on their population, with effects complementary to what we observed with the Selle." The Admiral transmitted research data showing Draken Doctor neural scans. Where Selle experienced enhanced empathy and cooperation, the Draconids are showing increased cognitive flexibility and reduced territorial aggression without compromising their analytical abilities. "The implications are extraordinary," Miller observed. "Indeed." The Draconid High Command has initiated formal peace negotiations. This represents an unprecedented diplomatic breakthrough with a species we've been in conflict with for genera DRNS. After the communication ended, Miller found Uma and Dr. Seleth at the newly established Neurological Evolutionary Research Institute. "Your report has transformed our understanding of interspecies development," Miller said as he reviewed their published analysis. Uma nodded. "The wheat isn't simply creating something new, it's activating dormant neural potential that evolved naturally but remained unexpressed due to environmental or survival pressures. The implications extend beyond immediate diplomatic advantages," Dr. Seleth added. We're discovering that empathic capabilities represent an evolutionary advantage that multiple species independently developed but often suppressed. When Miller returned to the Earth's bounty that evening, new orders awaited him. Earth Fleet Command had redesignated his vessel from emergency humanitarian mission to permanent agricultural support ship. Authorization documents for Operation Wheat Bridge detailed 7 additional worlds showing early signs of synthetic food production failures. "Captain," his communications officer said, "Admiral Reyes reports the Global Security Council approved the Humanitarian Agricultural Exchange Program with an 80% majority vote." As Miller reviewed the mission parameters for their next deployment, he considered Klazeth's words from 3 months earlier. What had begun as a desperate attempt to address a single planet's famine had evolved into a strategic initiative positioning humanity as leaders in agricultural humanitarian assistance throughout the Galactic Federation. The simple cargo of primitive, Earth grains had accomplished what countless military actions and traditional diplomatic initiatives had failed to achieve. Not through power, but through something more fundamental, shared biological capacity for cooperation that connected sentient species across the stars. Miller opened a channel to engineering. "Rodriguez, prepare cargo bay reconfiguration for expanded seed storage. We depart for the Rigel system in 7 to 2 hours. Miller studied the mission parameters for Rigel 7 as Earth's bounty prepared for departure. The agricultural world situation mirrored Cele's crisis in many synthetic food production facilities, failing across multiple population centers, natural crop yields diminishing rapidly. What had begun as an emergency response had evolved into something far more structured. "Final cargo manifest confirmed, Captain," Rodriguez reported from engineering. 17,000 metric tons of specialized hybrid seed stock secured in temperature-controlled containment. The Rigelian adaptations have been tripleverified for soil compatibility. "And the neurological compounds?" Miller asked. "Preserved at optimal levels." Rodriguez's face displayed the pride of an engineer who had refined his systems through multiple iterations. "The genetic stabilizers we developed after the 3rd Cele distribution should prevent degradation even under Rigel's UV radiation patterns." Miller nodded and turned his attention to the bridge displays. Earth's bounty no longer traveled alone. 2 escort vessels flanked their position, EDF Artemis, and the newly commissioned Cele ship Cooperation. The Joint Protection Detail represented one of many protocols established under the Galactic Famine Response Protocol. "Transmission from Lunar Command," his communications officer announced. "Commander Santiago requesting pre-departure verification." The screen activated to reveal a weathered face that carried the experience of dozens of interstellar operations. Commander Santiago's expression remained professionally neutral, but his eyes conveyed the gravity of their mission. "Captain Miller, final authorization confirmed for Rigel 7 deployment. Your ship will serve as primary distribution coordinator for sectors 1 through 7. The EDF constellation will arrive 48 hours after you to cover the remaining agricultural regions." "Understood, Commander. Any update on local resistance?" Santiago's expression tightened slightly. "Intelligence reports 14% of Rigelian regional governors remain opposed to external agricultural assistance. Local security forces have been briefed on potential disruption scenarios." Miller acknowledged the doctor formation. Opposition was expected. They'd encountered it on every world where wheat had been introduced. The difference now was preparation. Experience had transformed their approach from reactive to proactive. "Admiral Reyes asked me to convey her personal authorization for implementation of full-spectrum distribution protocols," Santiago added. "The situation on Rigel 7 has been classified as Priority 1. 7 million Rigelians in the Northern Hemisphere have already been placed on emergency rations. As the communication ended, Dr. Patel entered the bridge, holding a data tablet displaying neural comparison scans. "Captain, you should review these findings before we reach Rigel," she said. "My team has completed compatibility mapping for Rigelian neurology." Miller examined the three-dimensional brain structure rotating on the screen. Unlike the reptilian-derived neural architecture of the Celle, Rigelian brains displayed mammalian characteristics with enlarged frontal lobes. Their baseline empathic capacity already exceeds pre-Wheat Celle readings, Patel explained. The projected transformation will enhance different cognitive regions, likely boosting synthetic thinking and creative problem-solving rather than basic emotional recognition. "Complementary adaptations," Miller observed, "similar to what we've seen with the Draconids." "Precisely, and potentially synergistic when combined with transformed Celle perspectives. This supports my theory that wheat affects each species according to their evolutionary needs, rather than forcing a standardized outcome." The ship's countdown sequence initiated as Miller returned to the command chair. Earth's Bounty disengaged from orbital dock, its course already plotted for DRE-DREL system. As they accelerated toward jump position, Miller received one final transmission. Ambassador Way, standing before the newly completed Interspecies Agricultural Research Center on Celle. "Congratulations on the center's inauguration," Miller said. Way gestured to the vast complex behind him, where researchers from diverse species moved through interconnected laboratories and experimental growing chambers. 2,000 specialists working together where, 6 months ago, these species wouldn't share the same room, Way replied. Dr. Seleth and Dr. Clavin have made remarkable progress on their atmospheric adaptation project. The camera panned to show a sealed chamber where grain with distinctive gluten stalks grew under simulated conditions, matching Titililoct planet's intense radiation on one side, near-freezing temperatures on the other. The modified strain maintains 94% of the neurological compounds, Way continued. If field trials succeed, we can extend agricultural development to 17 previously uninhabitable worlds. Miller was about to respond when Security Chief Donovan appeared beside Way, his expression serious. "Captain Miller, I thought you should know we neutralized an attempted attack on the orbital loading facilities 6 hours ago. A multispecies extremist group calling themselves Purity of Evolution tried to destroy wheat shipments bound for Tau Ceti. Casualties?" Miller asked immediately. "None. Our integrated teams performed exactly as designed. Lieutenant Mevac's Celle security personnel identified the infiltration patterns before they reached critical systems." Way stepped back into view. "The incident confirms what intelligence has been reporting. Organized resistance to wheat distribution is growing across multiple worlds, particularly among conservative factions concerned about neurological modification." Miller processed this information as Earth's Bounty approached jump coordinates. The opposition was inevitable. Any transformation of this magnitude would generate resistance. What mattered was their ability to implement distribution safely while respecting legitimate concerns. "We've incorporated these security lessons into the Rigel operation plan," Miller assured them. "Rodriguez has designed tamper-evident packaging for all seed containers, and our distribution teams will include integrated security personnel." As the communication ended, Miller received a priority alert from Luna Command. Admiral Reyes appeared on screen, her expression conveying urgency beyond their current mission. "Captain Miller, proceed to Rigel 7 as planned, but be advised we are tracking a developing situation in the Orion cluster. 17 inhabited worlds reporting simultaneous crop failures. The scale exceeds anything we've encountered." Miller felt the weight of her words. "Casualties? Not yet, but projections indicate food reserves will be depleted within 60 days across 3 major civilizations. 7 billion sentient beings potentially affected. Reyes paused. Complete your Rigel mission, but prepare for possible reassignment. If diplomatic clearances come through, Earth's bounty may be redirected to Orion afterward. As the ship entered jump space, Miller contemplated the expanding scope of their mission. What had begun as a bold strategy to save one world had evolved into humanity's defining contribution to galactic stability. The wheat that had transformed Sele society was reshaping interstellar relations, not through military might or technological superiority, but through something more fundamental: the capacity to feed the hungry and nurture the connections between civilizations. Jump complete, the navigation officer announced. Rigel system in visual range. Ahead of them, the brilliant blue-white star illuminated 7 worlds. Their destination, Rigel 7, appeared as a cloud-streaked sphere with vast agricultural regions visible even from orbit. 17 vessels from various worlds already circled the planet, part of the coordinated response. "Captain," Rodriguez called from engineering, "we're receiving emergency updates from advanced teams. The northern continent's crop failure has accelerated beyond projected models. Distribution priority has shifted to population centers in sectors 3 and 4. Miller nodded. "Inform Commander Santiago. We'll adjust deployment patterns accordingly." As Earth's bounty moved into standard orbit, Miller watched the planet's surface come into focus. Fields that should have been vibrant with crops appeared brown and withered across vast regions. Yet scattered among them, experimental plots planted with early wheat samples showed resilient green growth, promising evidence that their mission could succeed here as it had on Sele. "Prepare primary landing teams," Miller ordered. "Let's begin." As Earth's bounty moved into standard orbit, Miller watched the planet's surface come into focus. Fields that should have been vibrant with crops appeared brown and withered across vast regions. Yet scattered among them, experimental plots planted with early wheat samples showed resilient green growth, promising evidence that their mission could succeed here as it had on Sele. "Prepare primary landing teams," Miller ordered. "Let's begin distribution in the northern quadrant." 1 year later, Miller stood on Earth's bounty's observation deck, studying the holographic projection of Orion Prime. The central agricultural hub that served 17 densely populated worlds rotated slowly before him, its surface marked with alarming data points indicating widespread crop failure. "Captain," Rodriguez said, approaching with a data tablet, "the latest atmospheric analysis confirms our initial findings." His face had grown leaner over the past year, the weight of his new responsibilities as Fleet Agricultural Director evident in the lines around his eyes. The bacterial contaminant has rendered all synthetic protein facilities non-functional across all 17 worlds. Miller nodded, processing the information. 7 billion sentient beings. That's nearly 3 times the Sele crisis scale. "And spreading faster," Rodriguez added. "The Orionids, Centaurians, and the Aldebaran collectively facing imminent starvation unless we can establish distribution within the next 7 to 2 hours. The communication panel chimed, and Admiral Reyes appeared on screen from the Strategic Operations Center on Luna. "Captain Miller, I've authorized the largest humanitarian fleet in Earth history. 27 vessels carrying Earth grains and Sele Earth hybrids are converging on your position. You'll also have 14 military vessels for protection, including 5 Draconid battlecruisers." Miller raised an eyebrow. "Draconid battlecruisers? That's unprecedented." "This entire operation is unprecedented," Ray Doctor replied. 17 previously non-aligned worlds have requested observer status. They're watching how we handle this." She paused, glancing at something off-screen. "Commander Santiago will serve as field coordinator. He'll implement the neurological transition management protocol across all affected species simultaneously. We've never attempted multi-species implementation before," Miller noted. which is why I need your team at their best. DRTH Bounty will serve as the command center for the operation. Reyes' expression softened slightly. The protocols Dr. Nira and Uma developed on Sele will be essential. This is what we've been preparing for. The screen split, and Commander Santiago appeared alongside Reyes. Captain Miller, our fleet will reach your position in 18 hours. Your advanced team needs to establish distribution priorities before we arrive. Understood. We'll focus on urban centers first. That's where food shortages will hit hardest. After the transmission ended, Miller turned to find Dr. Patel entering the observation deck, her tablet displaying neural comparisons of the affected species. Captain, I've CompDRED the preliminary neurological mapping. We'll need to modify our approach for the Centaurians. Their neural physiology processes the compounds differently than the Sele or humans. Before Miller could respond, Rodriguez interrupted, his voice tense. Captain, we have a problem. The atmospheric composition on these worlds differs significantly from both Earth and Sele. Our current hybrid strains won't survive in these conditions. Miller frowned. How long to develop adapted versions? 7 to 2 hours if we're Luke. Doctor, Rodriguez answered. I've established a research team with Dr. Seleth and 3 Orionid specialists in the agricultural labs. We're working around the clock. That's cutting it close, Miller said. Start with the most populous regions and work outward. We need viable seeds before starvation. Begged Doctor. The ship's communication system chimed again. Captain, incoming transmission from Ambassador Wei. Wei's face appeared on screen, the familiar setting of the Sele Research Center behind him. Captain Miller, I'm departing for Orion Prime immediately aboard the Concordia. I'm bringing Uma, Dr. Nira, and a team of we-transformed Sele military advisors under Commander Vex. We'll need your diplomatic skills here, Miller acknowledged. The Aldebaran Collective has 12 competing factions. Getting them to coordinate will be challenging. I've studied their political structures, Wei nodded. Dr. Patel's research on neurological transformation patterns will be essential. I'll implement targeted distribution to create cooperation from within rather than imposing it externally. What about your position on Sele? Miller asked. Security Chief Donovan is taking over as acting ambassador. He's more than capable. Wei glanced off-screen. My team and I will rendezvous with Earth's Bounty in 36 hours. After the communication ended, Miller turned to his navigation officer. Set course for Orion Prime. Maximum sustainable speed. Earth's Bounty disengaged from Rigel orbit, accelerating toward the jump point. Miller reviewed the mission parameters, the scale of the crisis becoming clearer with each passing minute. 7 billion lives depending on their success. 3 major civilizations facing collapse. 3 days later, Miller stood on Orion Prime's eastern district, surrounded by distribution teams unloading containers of modified wheat. The modified seeds had been ready just in time, thanks to an unexpected breakthrough from Rodriguez's team. The Draconid plant genetics were the key, Rodriguez explained as they surveyed the distribution point. Their resistance to ultraviolet radiation transferred perfectly to our hybrid strains. We couldn't have done it without their contribution. The streets around them teemed with desperate Orionids and Centaurians. Their physical differences stark the Orionids with their 4 arms and iridescent skin, the Centaurians towering nearly 3 meters tall with their characteristic cranial ridges. Both species showed visible signs of malnutrition. Captain, Lieutenant Mevek approached, his Sele features standing out among the Earth security team. We've identified a security vulnerability. The space elevators connecting the surface with orbital agricultural stations are operating on outdated protocols. They're vulnerable to attack. By whom? Miller asked. A radical faction calling themselves the Purity Evolution Front. They've been spreading anti-Earth propaganda, claiming the wheat will corrupt their natural evolution. Miller frowned. Work with local engineers to harden those systems. If those elevators go down, we lose our distribution network. Already implementing security upgrades, Mevak nodded. Commander Vex's team is assisting with the integration of Sele defensive systems. A Kamat doctor drew Miller's attention to a gathering crowd. A group of Orionid religious authorities in distinctive purple garments were addressing the gathering, their voices raised in protest. The earth grains bring corruption of mind and spirit. They alter what nature intended. Miller watched as the crowd's response remained mixed-hunger competing with cultural concerns. He noticed Commander Santiago approaching the scene, accompanied by an elderly Orionid-wearing medical insignia doctor. "This is exactly the scenario we prepared for," Santiago said quietly as he reached Miller. "Religious resistance was anticipated. This is Dr. Clenver, a respected medical practitioner who witnessed the early wheat trials." The elderly Orionid stepped forward, addressing the religious leaders directly. "I have studied the earth grains. What they awaken is not corruption but potential, innate capacity for cooperation and understanding that exists within all sentient minds. Is it not written in our own texts that wisdom comes from nourishment, doctor, body and spirit?" Miller observed as the religious leaders engaged with Dr. Clenver, their discussion intense but measured. Santiago nodded with satisfaction. Cultural intermediaries are essential, framing neurological changes as awakening of innate potential rather than modification makes all the difference. On the holographic display in Miller's field communicator, reports from other distribution sites reamed in. Ambassador Wei's diplomatic approach on the Aldebaran homeworld showed promising results. Leaders from previously hostile factions were meeting together for the first time in recorded history. "Captain Miller," Dr. Patel's voice came through his communicator. "We're seeing accelerated neurological changes in Centaurian population significantly faster than observed in Sele or human subjects. We need to adjust distribution protocols immediately." "Explain," Miller responded, moving away from the crowd. "Their neural pathways evolved in high-radiation environments. They process the compounds more efficiently than we anticipated. If we continue standard distribution, individual transformations will outpace social adaptation. Recommendations: smaller initial quantities, gradually increasing over time. It will allow their social structures to adapt alongside individual neurological changes." Miller authorized the modification immediately, dispatching instructions to all Centaurian distribution points. The flexibility of their approach had been built into the protocols from the beginning, lessons learned from the Sele experience. As night fell over Orion Prime's capital, Miller received an urgent communication from Admiral Reyes. "Captain, we have a situation developing. Our monitoring stations near Arcturus have detected unusual vessel movements. The Varaxi appear to be taking an interest in our operation." "The Varaxi?" Miller frowned. "They've maintained isolation for decades." "Until now," Reyes confirmed. "Intelligence suggests they may be planning to intercept our agricultural shipments. I've authorized 4 additional military vessels to reinforce your position, but we need to be cautious. The Varaxi possess technology that rivals or exceeds our own. Recommendations: maintain your distribution schedule but increase security protocols. I've also initiated diplomatic outreach through neutral intermediaries. If they're interested enough to break isolation, perhaps they're open to communication." As Miller closed the transmission, he gazed up at the night sky where the humanitarian fleet orbited invisibly above. What had begun as a desperate measure to save Sele had evolved into something far greater, a transformation, not just of individual minds, but of galactic relations. The wheat bridge now extended across species, civilizations, and star systems, connecting 7 billion lives facing extinction to the simple solution that had fed humanity for millennia. And somewhere beyond the visible stars, an isolationist species watched with growing interest, perhaps sensing the fundamental shift occurring throughout the galaxy. A shift that had begun with a single cargo of primitive Earth grain. A shift that had begun with a single cargo of primitive Earth wheat had evolved into something far greater over the following 18 months. Captain Miller stood in the expansive command center of the humanitarian command vessel Concordia, surveying holographic displays showing wheat distribution operations across 4 to 3 star systems. The massive vessel dwarfed Earth's bounty, with 3 times the space and advanced capabilities that reflected Earth government's full commitment to what had become known as Operation Wheat Bridge. Status report on Arcturus implementation, Miller requested, turning to Rodriguez, who had just returned from deploying his team aboard the Demeter II. Rodriguez pulled up atmospheric analysis data on the main display. We've established 3 orbital platforms around Arcturus Prime, but we're seeing unusual radiation patterns that accelerate the wheat's neurological effects. We've had to modify our cultivation techniques to maintain controlled compound levels. And the political situation, Miller asked, problematic, Rodriguez admitted. The governmental authorities, mostly wealthy elites with private food reservoirs blocking distribution to lower economic strata. They fear losing social control as neurological changes spread. Miller nodded. Wei is en route. His staged distribution model from Aldebaran should help navigate those waters. The mention of Wei brought a small smile to Miller's face. The former ambassador had excelled in his role mediating conflicts in the Orion cluster, earning him a promotion to diplomatic commissioner. His approach of building transformation nuclei within essential services had proven effective across multiple systems. Captain Communications Officer Lakshmi interrupted, incoming transmission from Admiral Reyes. Reyes appeared on screen looking tired but determined. Miller, I've just concluded 14 hours of testimony before the Global Security Council. The Traditional Values Coalition pushed hard against us. Senator Harrison, Miller asked. Reyes nodded. He raised valid ethical questions about our right to alter other species' neurological development. The Council ultimately voted to continue operations, but we'll have enhanced monitoring and a new ethics oversight committee with representatives from all wheat-transformed species. That's actually a positive development, Miller observed. Multispecies oversight aligns perfectly with the principles driving this operation. My thoughts exactly, Reyes replied. How's Arcturus looking? Challenging. Elite resistance to distribution, plus radiation anomalies affecting compound development. Wei arrives tomorrow to implement the staged approach. Keep me updated. And Miller Reyes paused. The scope of what we've accomplished in 18 months is unprecedented. 7 billion Cele lives saved was just the beginning. After the transmission ended, Miller turned his attention to a priority alert from Captain Campbell in the Tau Ceti system. He opened the channel immediately. Campbell, report. Sir, the Varaxi situation has developed in an unexpected direction. Campbell's face showed a mix of surprise and cautious optimism. 27 advanced vessels approached our distribution hub. We prepared defensive measures, but instead of attacking, they requested dialogue. Dialogue, the Varaxi. Miller couldn't hide his surprise. The isolationist species had maintained virtually no contact with other civilizations for decades. Commander Klazeth suggested a joint response team with representatives from all major wheat-transformed species. We've assembled a delegation of humans, Cele, Draconids, Orionids, and Centaurians. Initial contact revealed something unexpected. They're experiencing internal food production failures. They want wheat, Miller realized. Campbell nodded. The High Coordinator Vraxthel formally requested supplies and guidance on managing the neurological transformation in their stratified society. I've established preliminary protocols, but we need Wei's expertise here as soon as possible. I'll redirect him after he stabilizes Arcturus, Miller promised. This could be a pivotal moment, Campbell. Document everything carefully. Miller ended the transmission and turned to his navigation officer. Set course for Arcturus. I want to assess the situation personally before Way arrives. 3 days later, Miller stood with Way on Arcturus Prime's governmental plaza, watching as medical staff received the first carefully measured wheat distributions. Way's team included 4 Cele advisors and 3 Orionid cultural specialists, a living demonstration of the multi-species cooperation that now characterized Operation Wheat Bridge. The key is targeting essential infrastructure first, Way explained to the nervous Arcturus health minister. Medical staff, transportation workers, community leaders. These transformation nuclei ensure societal stability during transition. And our leadership council, the minister asked, will receive distributions in the second phase, Way replied diplomatically. Experience across 17 worlds has shown this approach minimizes disruption while maximizing beneficial outcomes. Miller's communicator signaled a priority message from Security Chief Donovan. He stepped away to take the call. Captain, I've completed my security analysis across all 4-3 distribution zones, Donovan reported from Cele. The data is remarkable: violent crime, resource disputes, and territorial conflicts down 97% among wheat-consuming populations. That aligns with what we've observed, Miller acknowledged. There's more, Donovan continued. We're seeing spontaneous security cooperation between traditionally adversarial species, joint Cele Draconid patrols protecting agricultural shipments through contested regions. They're showing efficiency improvements of 70% compared to single-species operations. Forward your complete report to Earth Security Command, Miller instructed. This establishes a new framework for cooperative defense systems. Miller rejoined Way as the medical staff distributions concluded. The Arcturus officials watched with a mixture, doctor, curiosity and unease. How long until neurological changes manifest? The health minister inquired. Individual variations exist, but typically 36 to 48 hours for initial effects, Way explained. Full integration requires approximately 3 weeks of regular consumption. And the radiation anomalies? Miller asked. Rodriguez's team has compensated through modified cultivation, Way assured him. The orbital platforms are functioning at optimal levels, though we'll need to monitor compound development closely. Miller's communicator signaled again. Dr. Neera requesting an urgent conference. He excused himself and moved to a private area. Dr. Neera, what have you found? The Cele scientist's eyes showed excitement even through the holographic projection. Captain, my research on second-generation effects in wheat-transformed Cele populations has yielded extraordinary results. The offspring born to wheat-consuming parents develop neurological structures fundamentally different from both traditional Cele patterns and first-generation transformations. Different how? Miller asked. Enhanced empathic capabilities from earliest developmental stages without requiring wheat consumption, Neera explained. The neurological changes are heritable, but that's not all. These second-generation individuals demonstrate unprecedented cognitive integration, intuitively understanding perspectives from multiple species without the learning period required by first-generation consumers. Miller processed the implications. You're describing the emergence of a new evolutionary branch. Precisely. Sentient beings naturally adapted for multi-species cooperative existence rather than single-species competitive survival. As these second-generation individuals mature into leadership positions across transformed societies, the implications for galactic civilization are profound. Before Miller could respond, Lieutenant Mevak interrupted with a priority alert. Captain, High Commander Vexthalic is broadcasting from the Draconid homeworld. The entire fleet has received a mandate change. Miller hurried back to the command center aboard the Concordia, arriving just as Vexthalic's transmission began. The imposing Draconid leader stood before the assembled commanders of what had once been the galaxy's most feared military force. "Today marks the completion of our wheat transformation process," Vexthalic announced. "The Draconid civilization now joins the Sele as fully integrated participants in this new era of cooperation. Our governance system will transition from Militara-dominated hierarchy to balanced leadership incorporating scientific, cultural, and strategic perspectives." Miller watched in amazement as Vexthalic continued. "Effective immediately, 73% of our military vessels will undergo conversion to dual-purpose configurations, maintaining defensive capabilities while adding agricultural transport and processing facilities. Our mandate changes from territorial expansion to protection of interspecies, agricultural initiatives, and humanitarian operations." The implications were staggering. The primary military threat that had driven human defense spending for generations was transforming before their eyes into a humanitarian protection fleet. Miller's strategic planning session was interrupted by Rodriguez's urgent transmission from the Agricultural Research Center. "Captain, we've made a critical breakthrough in understanding the bacterial contaminant affecting synthetic food production," Rodriguez reported, his expression grave. "This isn't natural, it's an engineered biological agent with artificial gene sequences specifically targeting industrial nutrient solutions." "Sabotage," Miller said, the realization hitting him. "Precisely. Someone deliberately manufactured a famine. We've established containment protocols at all distribution hubs and initiated an investigation, but this transforms our understanding of the crisis." "Any leads on the source?" Miller asked. "Preliminary evidence suggests connections to radical anti-transformation groups operating across multiple species, but nothing conclusive yet," Rodriguez replied. "I'll keep you updated as we learn more." As Rodriguez's transmission ended, Miller received a report from Centaurian Information Networks identifying a previously unknown factor in wheat transformation outcomes. The data showed that populations with access to artistic expression, particularly music and collaborative performance, traditions demonstrated more rapid social integration and creative problem-solving during transformation. "Implement revised distribution protocols," Miller instructed his staff. "Allocate resources for cultural exchange alongside food shipments. Deploy specialized teams of artists and cultural practitioners to all active distribution zones." The Concordia's navigation officer approached with notification of an emergency session of the Galactic Federation Council. "Representatives from 32 we-transformed civilizations will attend alongside delegates from non-affected worlds," she reported. "They're establishing working groups to coordinate governance adaptations as transformation continues spreading. And they're forming a joint agricultural protection force," Communications Officer Lakshmi added, reading from the incoming transmission. 17 transformed civilizations contributing vessels and personnel to ensure uninterrupted wheat distribution, while investigating the engineered contaminant. Miller nodded, already reviewing the preliminary structure of this unprecedented multi-species security initiative on his display. The scope of Operation Wheat Bridge had expanded far beyond saving a single world from starvation. It was reshaping the fundamental nature of galactic civilization, one grain at a time. "Set course for Federation headquarters," Miller ordered, "and notify Rodriguez to prepare comprehensive briefing materials on the engineered contaminant. The Council will need to understand what we're facing." As the Concordia accelerated toward the jump point, Miller studied the distribution maps spanning 4 to 3 star systems, a web of cooperation spreading across the galaxy, connecting billions of lives through something as simple as wheat, as simple as grain. Billions connected through a bridge between civilizations that once viewed each other only through the lens of competition and conflict. His contemplation was interrupted by Rodriguez's urgent transmission. "Captain, we've completed the comprehensive genetic analysis," Rodriguez said, his face grim on the display. The bacterial contaminant isn't just engineered, it's a sophisticated bioweapon designed specifically to target synthetic food production across all major systems. Miller leaned forward. "You've confirmed the source?" "Yes. The Evolutionary Purists Alliance CPA, a multi-species coalition operating primarily from Epsilon Eridani. Their genetic signatures are embedded in the pathogen structure." The implications hit Miller immediately. This wasn't a natural crisis. No, sir. It was deliberate sabotage across 4 to 7 star systems. They manufactured a galactic famine to halt what they call forced evolution through wheat distribution. Miller processed this information while studying the distribution map. Operation Wheat Bridge had begun as a humanitarian mission to save the Cele. 2 years later, it had expanded beyond anyone's expectations and now faced its first organized opposition. "Transmit all data to Admiral Reyes immediately," Miller ordered. "I'll coordinate our response from Procyon." 3 hours later, Miller stood in the Concordia's secure briefing room with his senior staff as Admiral Reyes detailed the Federation's response. "I've established a specialized counterintelligence task force under Commander Santiago," Reyes explained. "She's integrating security personnel from 17 we-transformed species to target EPA operations. Surveillance confirms their primary base in Epsilon Eridani," Santiago reported, joining the transmission. "They've established significant production facilities manufacturing the bacteria with distribution networks throughout this galactic arm." Miller studied the tactical displays. "What's your operational plan?" "Dual-focus approach," Santiago replied. "Target their production facilities while maintaining protection for all wheat shipments. We'll need unprecedented coordination between military and humanitarian vessels." "You'll have it," Miller assured her. "Wei's team has already established the framework for that kind of integration." The briefing shifted to Earth, where Admiral Helena Zhang addressed the assembled officers from Global Security Council headquarters. "The deliberate nature of this sabotage elevates the situation from humanitarian crisis to potential war crime under Federation statutes," Zhang stated. Her weathered face reflected her 6 to 4 years of service through 3 interstellar conflicts. "I've authorized formal investigation through Federation judicial channels while implementing enhanced security around Earth's agricultural regions." "You anticipate direct attacks on Earth's wheat production?" Miller asked. "Now that their role in the crisis is exposed, it's their logical next step," Zhang confirmed. "We're implementing biosecurity protocols based on Cele security models while maintaining our traditional defense capabilities." Lieutenant Commander Wei stepped forward. "Captain, with your authorization, I can establish diplomatic channels with non-transformed worlds potentially harboring EPA sympathizers." "Proceed," Miller said. "Focus on the 12 conservative governments expressing ideological alignment with their natural evolution principles." Wei nodded. "I'll isolate their political support structure while gathering intelligence on their supply chains and recruitment patterns." Within days, Wei's diplomatic initiatives yielded results. The Arcturus Central Council, previously resistant to wheat distribution, provided comprehensive data on EPA financial networks operating through their banking systems. Santiago's team has frozen 6 to 7% of their operational funds, Wei reported from the Arcturus Diplomatic Center. Their capacity to produce and distribute more engineered contaminants is significantly hampered. Security Chief Donovan joined the transmission. "We've identified EPA infiltration attempts targeting wheat distribution centers across 9 major systems. Their operatives have undergone surgical alterations to pass automated genetic screening. Miller frowned. Their objective? Introducing compounds designed to neutralize wheat's neurological effects without affecting nutritional value, Donovan explained. My integrated teams have intercepted 17 agents attempting to access agricultural facilities. We captured 14 activated suicide implants before interrogation. What have you learned from the captives? The EPA is hierarchical, led by a council of wealthy elites from species whose social stratification would be most disrupted by widespread empathic enhancement, Donovan replied. This isn't ideological opposition, it's class preservation. Miller's next briefing with Rodriguez revealed a new technical challenge. EPA agents successfully contaminated wheat shipments for Tau Ceti, Rodriguez reported from his laboratory. The contaminant is an advanced neurological suppression compound. It doesn't affect nutritional value, just blocks the empathic enhancement effects. Can you counter it? Rodriguez nodded. We've established testing protocols for all outgoing shipments and developed a modified wheat strain. The third narration hybrid incorporates genetic elements from 7 different species. Miller noted the Cele scientists working alongside Rodriguez's team doctor, visual representation of the unprecedented collaboration now driving the mission. The new strain doesn't just resist their countermeasures, Rodriguez continued, pride evident in his voice. It actually converts their suppression compound into a catalyst that accelerates positive neurological development. Their weapon now enhances wheat's intended effects. Miller allowed himself a moment of satisfaction before turning to an unexpected Dr. Lotman. The Varaxi situation requires immediate attention, he told his senior staff. High Coordinator Vraxthal has requested consultation regarding unexpected developments in their transformation process. Dr. Patel reviewed the preliminary data. Unlike other species where wheat enhanced existing neural pathways, Varaxi consumers are developing completely new sensory capabilities, perception of electromagnetic fields. How is this affecting their society? Miller asked. Their rigid hierarchy was built around information control, Wei explained. These new perceptual abilities bypass traditional communication channels completely. Miller nodded. Dr. Patel, assemble a specialized adaptive team including neurological experts from the Cele, Draconid, and Centaurian communities. I want you on the Varaxi homeworld within 48 hours. As Miller coordinated these responses, Commander Vex prepared for the joint military operation targeting the EPA's primary production facility. We've integrated vessels and personnel from 7 wheat-transformed species, Vex reported during the final briefing. Our tactical approach combines Cele precision planning with human adaptive thinking. Miller reviewed the operational parameters. Your primary objectives are neutralizing their bacterial production capacity and securing their data records. And if we encounter leadership personnel? Vex asked. Capture if possible. We need to understand their organizational structure. The operation proceeded with unprecedented coordination. 7 different species working as one cohesive unit, their enhanced empathic capabilities creating tactical synergy impossible under traditional military paradigms. Primary facility secured, Vex reported 26 hours later. Eder, 3% of bacterial production capacity neutralized. We've captured comprehensive data records detailing their sabotage distribution network. Casualties, minimal. Our precision targeting minimized collateral damage. Vex's expression shifted to one of satisfaction. We also captured 5 members of their leadership council, including Chief Strategist Ravik Thal. Thal, the Procyon industrialist. The same. He previously controlled synthetic food production contracts across 22 systems. The implications were clear. Thal had engineered a crisis in the very industry he had once dominated. While Santiago's team interrogated the captured EPA leadership, Dr. Neera published her analysis of multi-generational wheat effects. Her research documented the emergence of third-generation neurological patterns in Sele society. Offspring born to second-generation wheat-affected parents demonstrate unprecedented cognitive integration, Neera explained during her presentation to Federation scientific leadership. Their neural structures are optimized for both empathic understanding and creative problem-solving from earliest developmental stages. Miller studied the neural imaging. These communication pathways are completely novel. Yes, third-generation individuals exhibit spontaneous emergence of specialized pathways, enabling direct emotional understanding across species boundaries without requiring traditional language translation. The research attracted attention beyond Federation space. Representatives from the reclusive Arcturian conclave requested permission to study these evolutionary developments directly. Lieutenant Mevak approached Miller after reviewing EPA infiltration patterns. "Captain, I've identified a significant security vulnerability in our operational structure," Mevak reported. "Our current distribution model, organized around centralized processing hubs, creates critical failure points vulnerable to targeted sabotage. Your recommendation, a decentralized approach incorporating localized production centers spread across affected systems. No single attack could disrupt the overall network." Miller reviewed Mevak's proposal. The logistical adjustments would be substantial, but would create a distribution system with 78% greater resilience against coordinated attacks, Mevak countered. Additionally, the decentralized approach would accelerate local adaptation of wheat strains to specific planetary conditions. "Implement immediately," Miller ordered. The Galactic Federation Council's classification of EPA actions as biological terrorism created unprecedented unity among previously divided civilizations. 34 non-aligned worlds contributed security resources to the joint effort. Most surprising was the formal request from 17 previously hostile species from the Galactic Rim to participate in Operation Wheat Bridge, including civilizations with no previous Federation contact. Their transmission confirms EPA sabotage has spread beyond Federation boundaries, Way reported. Their food production systems are failing as well. Miller authorized preliminary assessment missions while establishing specialized diplomatic teams under Way's supervision. This transforms our operation from a Federation initiative to a truly galactic-scale response, Miller noted, studying the newly expanded Distri Doctor Ion map. The operational theater had more than doubled in size. The Draconid fleet's interception of EPA strike vessels attempting to attack Earth's North American Agricultural Center demonstrated the unexpected advantages of wheat transformation. Commander Klazeth's ships arrived 17 minutes before the attack force reached weapons range. "How did you anticipate their approach vector with such precision?" Miller asked during the debriefing. "Our wheat-transformed psychic specialists detected their emotional signatures at extreme range," Klazeth explained. "This capability emerged in our third-generation consumers." Miller authorized a specialized research initiative under Dr. Patel to document and analyze these emerging capabilities. The wheat was changing societies in ways no one had anticipated, creating not just cooperation, but entirely new forms of perception and communication across species boundaries. As Miller stood on the Concordia's observation deck, watching wheat shipments depart for newly included systems along the galactic rim, he reflected on how completely their mission had transformed. What began as emergency food aid to a single civilization had evolved into something far more profound, a fundamental restructuring of galactic society itself, evolving despite deliberate attempts to halt its progress. The EPA's efforts to preserve traditional power structures had instead accelerated the very changes they feared. Each new challenge only strengthened the cooperative frameworks connecting previously isolated species. The Wheat Bridge was becoming something no one had anticipated, a new form of galactic civilization, built grain by grain, unifying species that had spent millennia in isolation and conflict. 3 years later, Miller stood on the observation deck of the Abundance, watching as agricultural vessels departed for the Ceti Epsilon system. The advanced ship dwarfed his former command, its massive hull housing both the nerve center for the entire operation and Rodriguez's expanded agricultural laboratories. "Captain," Lieutenant Commander Way approached with a datapad. "I've compiled the quarterly distribution statistics. We've reached 78 systems, 9 to 4 planets, with over 30 billion sentient beings now participating in the Galactic Nutritional Sovereignty Initiative." The formal name still felt strange to Miller. What had begun as an emergency mission had transformed into humanity's most significant contribution to galactic civilization. "The EPA's resistance is intensifying," Way continued. 17 non-transformed worlds have implemented restrictive policies preventing wheat distribution. Analysis indicates coordinated propaganda efforts linking directly to their governing elites. Miller studied the distribution map. Common characteristics: rigid hierarchical structures benefiting small privileged classes, Way replied. "I've developed an alternative approach that bypasses official channels entirely." "Explain." Way highlighted several regions on the map. Cultural exchange programs coupled with targeted aid to undernourished regions. We create transformation nuclei within these societies, establishing support networks outside governmental control. A priority communication alert interrupted their discussion. Commander Santiago's identification code flashed on the screen. "Secure the channel," Miller ordered, moving to the private communication station. Santiago's face appeared, his expression grave. "Captain, we've completed interrogation of the EPA leadership captured during Vex's operation," Santiago reported. "We've uncovered something designated genetic firewall bioengineered pathogens specifically targeting all wheat strains." Miller felt a chill. "Assessment: an existential threat to the entire initiative," Santiago replied without hesitation. "These pathogens are designed to destroy all current and future hybrid strains. We've already documented 7 cases on peripheral agricultural worlds showing rapid crop destruction patterns. Rodriguez needs this information immediately," Miller said. "Forward all technical specifications directly to his team." "Already done," Santiago confirmed. "There's something else. The EPA isn't acting alone. They receive funding and technology from an entity called the Evolutionary Directorate, a council comprising representatives from 11 advanced civilization Ion Federation boundaries." Miller activated the shipwide communication system. "Senior staff to command conference, immediate priority." Within 30 minutes, his core team assembled physically or via secure holographic projection. "Rodriguez, status of the pathogen countermeasures?" Miller asked, turning to the agricultural specialist. Rodriguez's hologram flickered slightly as he gestured to complex molecular diagrams. "These pathogens evolve rapidly to overcome standard genetic defenses. We're implementing an unprecedented approach incorporating genetic elements from 17 different species. The Varexy crystalline cellular structures are proving particularly valuable," added Dr. Patel. "They provide natural resistance to conventional biological attacks." "Timeframe?" Miller asked. "We're operating continuously," Rodriguez replied. "Scientists from 32 transformed worlds are contributing expertise. We're calling it Resilient Wheat, designed to adapt to pathogen evolution in real time." Security Chief Donovan stepped forward. "Captain, Lieutenant Mevak and I have analyzed captured EPA communications. The Evolutionary Directorate isn't merely funding resistance. This appears to be a proxy war with civilizations possessing technologies exceeding Federation capabilities. Miller turned to Commander Vex. Your assessment of our defensive posture improved significantly since our operation in Tau Ceti, Vex replied. We captured intact research data revealing comprehensive details of the genetic firewall pathogens, including production methodologies and deployment schedules. This has accelerated Rodriguez's team's efforts and enabled targeted interdiction of existing pathogen stockpiles. A priority signal interrupted the briefing. The communications officer's voice came through the speakers. Captain, emergency transmission from the Galactic Rim. 17 agricultural worlds are reporting synchronized massive crop failures. The command center fell silent. Put it through, Miller ordered. The screen displayed devastated fields across multiple worlds, crops hurrying before their eyes, the destruction spreading visibly across vast agricultural zones. Analysis confirms advanced variants of the genetic firewall pathogens, the science officer reported. The attack pattern suggests coordinated EPA strike targeting peripheral distribution networks. Miller assessed the situation quickly. Rodriguez, dispatch 3 agricultural response vessels with your latest resistant strains. Vex, coordinate security forces to establish protective perimeters around surviving cultivation centers. He turned to the communications officer. Contact Admiral Reyes. Request immediate consultation regarding Evolutionary Directorate involvement. Later that day, Miller reviewed Dr. Patel's groundbreaking study of neurological transformation patterns. My team analyzed 4 to 3 species, Patel explained, displaying comparative neural scans. Despite vast physiological differences, we've identified a consistent evolutionary trajectory. The wheat-induced changes aren't random and had meant but acceleration along specific developmental paths encoded in evolutionary history. Meaning, Miller prompted, many species independently evolved toward enhanced empathic capabilities before environmental pressures selected for competitive traits instead, Patel replied. Wheat consumption simply reactivates suppressed genetic potential rather than imposing artificial traits. Miller considered the implications. Forward your findings to the Federation Council. This contextualizes what we're facing, not just agricultural sabotage, but attempted suppression of an evolutionary path. The ship's alert system activated as Miller received notification of an incoming transmission from the Cele homeworld. Dr. Nira's face appeared on screen. Captain Miller, I'm transmitting data on our 4th-generation children, she said, her voice containing barely suppressed excitement. Their neural structures are fundamentally different from all previous generations. Miller studied the complex brain scans. Assessment. They possess unprecedented neural integration capabilities specifically adapted for multi-species communication from earliest developmental stages, Nira explained. Limited testing indicates potential for direct neural interfaces with technology capabilities previously documented only in hypothetical evolutionary projections. Before Miller could respond, another priority alert sounded. Admiral Reyes appeared on a separate channel. Miller, we've had an attempt to infiltrate Earth's primary agricultural zones, Reyes reported. EPA sympathizers penetrated our outer security perimeter before Draconid security specialists detected them through their enhanced capabilities. Casualties? Miller asked. None. We prevented any damage, Reyes confirmed. I've established the Integrated Agricultural Security Command under Admiral Marcus Campbell. He's implementing a new security model integrating traditional human military protocols with transformed species' unique capabilities. Miller processed the information. Admiral Commander Santiago has confirmed Evolutionary Directorate involvement in EPA operations. We've documented unusual vessel movements consistent with military deployment patterns originating from associated systems. Reyes' expression hardened. The Council is convening an emergency session. Representatives from 93 transformed worlds will vote on establishing a united agricultural defense force. I expect to receive appointment as Supreme Commander. This goes beyond agricultural security now, Miller observed. It always did, Reyes replied. We're witnessing a fundamental transformation of galactic power dynamics. The we transformed worlds are forming the core of a new cooperative security framework, transcending traditional boundaries. The communication ended as Miller's attention was drawn to activity in Rodriguez's laboratory section. The scientist was gesturing excitedly to his team as they reviewed molecular simulations. Miller made his way to the laboratory where Rodriguez was directing operations across multiple workstations. "Captain," Rodriguez said, looking up from his console, "we've achieved a critical breakthrough. Our new strain doesn't just resist current pathogen variants, it actively neutralizes them in soil and water supplies." Miller studied the molecular models rotating on the display. "Explain." "We've incorporated genetic elements from 23 species, creating what I call regenerative immunity, the ability to adapt defensive mechanisms in response to new threats without requiring laboratory modification," Rodriguez explained. "This strain transforms the strategic balance of the conflict." Miller nodded. "Begin immediate production and prioritize distribution to affected regions." As Miller returned to the command center, he received a notification from Lieutenant Commander Wei. "Captain, the Traditional Values Coalition led by Senator Harrison is gaining support on Earth," Wei reported. "They're questioning resource allocation for our initiative and advocating reallocation to weapons development." "Admiral Reyes is addressing the Global Security Council regarding this matter," Miller replied. "Continue monitoring the situation." His attention shifted to a security alert from Admiral Campbell's command. "Captain, we've identified a pattern of increasingly sophisticated infiltration attempts targeting key production facilities," Campbell reported. "The infiltrators employ advanced technologies including molecular-level camouflage and neural signature masking capabilities exceeding known EPA resources." "Your countermeasures?" Miller asked. "We've implemented an integrated security approach incorporating Draconid psychic screening alongside Varaxi electromagnetic Dr. action systems," Campbell replied. "We've already prevented 17 confirmed infiltration attempts." Miller was about to respond when a priority communication arrived from the Varaxi homeworld. High Coordinator Vraxthal's crystalline features filled the screen. "Captain Miller, I formally request your presence at our homeworld to witness what our scientists term the Great Harmonization," Vraxthal said. "Our enhanced electromagnetic perception abilities have evolved into a form of species-wide communal consciousness, a collective neural network linking transformed individuals while maintaining individual identity." Miller studied the Varaxi leader. "Time frame. The process has already begun," Vraxthal replied. "Dr. Patel's research team should document this phenomenon extensively. We believe this represents an evolutionary leap beyond all predicted transformation outcomes." As Miller coordinated his response to these developments, the Abundance's long-range sensors detected unusual activity at the Federation's outer boundaries. The officer on duty magnified the image, revealing multiple vessel configurations matching evolutionary directorate patterns. Miller studied the tactical display, watching as the vessels assembled in formation. Whatever came next would require everything they had learned over the past 3 years. The Wheat Bridge had become something far more than anyone had anticipated, and now faced its greatest challenge. Miller studied the tactical display as the unidentified vessels maintained formation at the edge of sensor range. The configurations matched nothing in Federation databases, but their precision movements suggested military discipline. Magnification factor 10, he ordered. The display sharpened, revealing distinctive hull geometries with angular projections that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. Miller recognized the design philosophy immediately. Evolutionary Directorate vessels, he confirmed. Santiago's intelligence was correct. Commander Vex approached the tactical station. Preliminary count shows 300 ships, Captain. Energy signatures exceed anything in our threat assessment database. Alert Admiral Reyes, Miller said. Transmit all sensor data on a priority channel. 4 years after the initial wheat distribution on the Sele homeworld, the confrontation they had long prepared for had arrived. The Evolutionary Directorate was making its move. Miller activated the shipwide communication system. Senior staff to main briefing room. Priority 1. Admiral Reyes' face filled the main view screen, his expression grave but focused. Behind him, officers from a dozen species coordinated movements on holographic displays. We've been monitoring their approach for the past 6 hours, Reyes said. This isn't a diplomatic mission or simple show of force. Our analysis indicates weaponry configurations designed for planetary assault. Do we have sufficient defensive assets in position? Miller asked. I've mobilized the United Agricultural Defense Force, Reyes replied. 270 vessels from 3 to 4 transformed species are moving into defensive formations around our critical agricultural worlds. The tactical display updated, showing friendly forces represented by blue markers spreading across vulnerable sectors of Federation space. Miller noted how vessels from traditionally adversarial species now operated in tight, coordinated formations. I've established command operations aboard the EDF Resolute, Reyes continued. She's just been commissioned, combines Earth military technology with Draconid weapon systems and Varaxy sensor arrays. The Wheat Bridge is paying unexpected dividends, Miller observed. Indeed. Species that couldn't occupy the same room 4 years ago now coordinate battle tactics with neural efficiency that surpasses our most optimistic projections, Reyes said. I'm sending you updated defense protocols. The Abundance will coordinate security for Agricultural Zone 7. The communication ended as Lieutenant Commander Wei entered the briefing room. His uniform now bore the insignia of Diplomatic Commissioner. Captain, I've intercepted Directorate communications to 23 non-transformed worlds, Wei reported. They're offering military protection against what they're calling forced transformation by Federation agents. Their timing isn't coincidental, Miller said. They're attempting to isolate us diplomatically while positioning for military engagement. Wei nodded. I've deployed diplomatic teams to all targeted systems. Each includes transformed representatives from multiple species who can directly demonstrate transformation benefits. Effectiveness? Miller asked. 15 governments have already rejected Directorate protection offers, Wei replied. Our agricultural demonstrations have been particularly effective on worlds facing food shortages. Rodriguez entered, looking haggard but energized. Captain, we have a serious situation. My team has detected a new pathogen variant on 7 frontier worlds. This isn't just another genetic firewall evolution. He transferred data to the main display, showing molecular structures shifting in real time. The Directorate has engineered a quantum-level biological weapon, Rodriguez explained. It targets specific genetic sequences regardless of surrounding genetic material. All our existing resistance mechanisms are compromised. Miller studied the simulation. Assessment of threat level. Catastrophic. This could collapse our entire agricultural distribution network, Rodriguez said. I've established a research facility on Earth's lunar colony with genetic specialists from 27 species working on countermeasures. Resource requirements? Miller asked. Everything we can spare, Rodriguez replied. But there's promising development from the Varaxi team. They've identified methods to encode genetic information in multidimensional patterns, essentially hiding critical sequences from the pathogen's targeting mechanism. Security Chief Donovan entered next, accompanied by Commander Santiago. "Captain, we've uncovered an EPA infiltration network," Donovan reported. Santiago's intelligence identified sleeper agents embedded in 17 agricultural facilities. They've undergone surgical and genetic modification to avoid standard detection. "Connection to the Directorate fleet?" Miller asked. Santiago nodded. The infiltrators were programmed for synchronized sabotage, timed to coincide with the fleet's arrival. "We've apprehended 143 agents across 39 worlds using combined Draconid psychic screening Dr. Varaxi electromagnetic detection." "Interrogation results?" Miller asked. "Critical intelligence on Directorate battle plans and targeting priorities," Santiago replied. "I've transmitted everything to Admiral Reyes. He's adjusting defensive deployments accordingly." Miller was about to respond when the communications officer interrupted. "Captain, incoming transmission. Quantum encrypted, origin untraceable." "Route it here," Miller ordered. The screen displayed technical specifications for advanced weapon systems, shield frequencies, and fleet deployment schedules. Additionally, detailed biological data showed a neurological structure labeled Directorate Leadership Species Critical Vulnerability. "Analysis?" Miller asked. Dr. Patel leaned forward. "This neural structure appears particularly susceptible to a specific wheat compound variant. This suggests someone within the Directorate is providing intelligence." "Transmit this data to Rodriguez's team," Miller ordered, "and implement enhanced security around all communication systems." The tactical alert sounded before any further discussion could occur. "Directorate vessels have engaged the agricultural processing facility orbiting Tau Ceti IV," the tactical officer reported. 27 ships attempting to destroy the installation. "On screen," Miller ordered. The display showed the massive orbital facility responsible for 30% of the sector's wheat production, surrounded by attacking vessels. A smaller defensive force composed of transformed Cele, Draconid, and human ships maintained a protective formation. Dr. Dare Lieutenant Mevac's command. Despite being significantly outnumbered, the defenders executed complex, coordinated maneuvers that confounded the Directorate attackers. Cele precision targeting disabled weapon systems, while human vessels performed adaptive evasive patterns that no algorithm could predict. Most surprisingly, Draconid ships provided psychic coordination that unified the defensive response. "Admiral Campbell's Rapid Response Force has arrived," the tactical officer reported. "Directorate vessels are withdrawing." "Casualties?" Miller asked. "Directorate lost 7 vessels. Our forces sustained damage but remain operational," came the reply. "The production facility is intact." Miller received a priority transmission from Dr. Nira on the Cele homeworld. "Captain Miller, I must share critical findings regarding our 4th-generation children," she said. "Their neurological development has exceeded all projections. They've spontaneously developed perceptual capabilities that detect quantum-level patterns within biological systems." Miller immediately grasped the significance. "Exactly what we need to counter the Directorate's advanced pathogens." "Yes," Nira confirmed. "I'm coordinating with Rodriguez's team to integrate these detection methods into agricultural screening systems. We're creating a distributed monitoring network that can identify pathogen introduction at the earliest stages." As this information processed, another tactical alert sounded. "Commander Vex reports successful neutralization of the Directorate Forward Command Center in Epsilon Indi," the communications officer reported. "His strike force has captured intact deployment scheduling systems and communications arrays." Miller turned to Santiago. Coordinate with Vex to secure and analyze all captured intelligence. Already underway, Santiago replied. Preliminary analysis reveals their primary objective: simultaneous strikes against all major Earth agricultural production centers. The tactical display suddenly shifted, showing sensor readings from Earth's solar system. 14 Directorate vessels have bypassed outer system defenses, the tactical officer reported. They're targeting the North American Agricultural Command Center. Miller watched as the attack unfolded. The Directorate vessels, utilizing advanced cloaking technology, positioned for a devastating strike against the facility that coordinated global wheat production and distribution. Before they could complete their attack, 3 Varaxi battle cruisers appeared from concealed positions near Earth. The cruisers deployed previously unknown weapons technology that disrupted the Directorate ship's quantum field generators. With their advanced shields disabled, Earth's orbital defense platforms quickly neutralized the attacking force. The Varaxi established secret patrol patterns near Earth, Santiago noted. A voluntary protection detail without Federation knowledge or request. Complete reversal of traditional security dynamics, Miller observed. Earth has always protected less advanced civilizations. Now transformed species voluntarily defend us. Rodriguez contacted the Abundance next. His expression showed exhaustion but triumph. "Captain, we've completed development of what I'm calling transcendent wheat," he reported. It incorporates multidimensional genetic encoding techniques from the Varaxi, with adaptive immune responses from 17 transformed species. Capabilities? Miller asked. It resists all known Directorate pathogens and actively neutralizes them when detected, Rodriguez explained. Requires 50% less cultivation resources than previous strains. Most significantly, its neurological compounds show enhanced effectiveness, accelerating transformation while requiring smaller consumption quantities. Production status? Miller asked. Implemented across all secure agricultural facilities, Rodriguez confirmed. We're prioritizing distribution to frontline worlds directly threatened by Directorate forces. I've also established secure seed vaults on 73 planets to ensure survival regardless of facility attacks. Before Miller could respond, Admiral Reyes sent an emergency fleet-wide communication. The Directorate has launched its primary offensive, Reyes announced. 37 agricultural worlds under simultaneous attack by over 200 vessels. All defense forces implement coordinated response protocols immediately. Miller watched the tactical display as the massive battle unfolded across 17 star systems. The transformed defense forces demonstrated unprecedented tactical integration, each species contributing specialized capabilities to a unified response that kept the Directorate forces off balance. After studying the battle patterns, Miller noticed something in the captured communication protocols. Analysis of Directorate command communications shows a recurring synchronization pattern, he told Santiago. Their quantum-entangled communication arrays require precise alignment every 36 hours. Creating a brief vulnerability window, Santiago concluded. Exactly, Miller replied. During recalibration, their communications experience microsecond delays. It's minimal, but potentially exploitable. Miller developed a counteroffensive plan and transmitted it to Admiral Reyes, who positioned strike forces near 17 critical Directorate command ships. The synchronized attack, executed precisely during the communication recalibration window, successfully disrupted the Directorate's command structure by neutralizing 14 primary coordination vessels. Within hours, the previously unified Directorate fleet fragmented into isolated battle groups lacking effective central direction. High Coordinator Vraxthal contacted Miller from the Varaxi homeworld. Captain Miller, the Varaxi consensus has authorized access to our most guarded technological achievement, Vraxthal said. "We offer you quantum field generators capable of creating temporary spatial distortions that bypass conventional defensive systems." "Application?" Miller asked, immediately seeing potential. Combined with Rodriguez's transcendent wheat, specialized delivery vessels could penetrate directorate territorial boundaries, Vraxthal explained. "You could distribute wheat directly to civilian populations they've isolated from outside contact." Miller quickly developed a strategic deployment plan targeting worlds, providing essential resource support for directorate military operations. The specialized vessels deployed, creating transformation nuclei within the directorate's own support structure. Results came faster than anyone anticipated. 3 Directorate agricultural worlds ceased military production within days, their transformed populations refusing to support offensive operations against other wheat-consuming civilizations, despite significant pressure from military authorities. As Miller prepared the abundance for its next mission, he reviewed the tactical situation. The Directorate's primary offensive had been blunted but not defeated. Their advanced technology still posed a significant threat, and the EPA continued sabotage operations across multiple systems. The quantum communications system activated with a message from Admiral Reyes. "Miller, I need the abundance to rendezvous with the Resolute immediately," Reyes said. "Long-range sensors have detected something approaching from beyond the galactic rim energy signatures unlike anything we've encountered before." "Approaching from beyond the galactic rim?" Miller asked, leaning forward as the tactical display adjusted to show the new contact. "Yes, sir," Admiral Reyes continued. "Energy signatures unlike anything in our database. Size estimates suggest a vessel approximately 3 times larger than our largest battlecruiser." Miller studied the readings. "Directorate reinforcements? Unknown. Their approach vector doesn't match known directorate transit patterns." Reyes paused. "I need the abundance at these coordinates immediately. Whatever this is, we need to understand it before it reaches populated systems." "Acknowledged. We'll see Doctor, or say immediately." Miller terminated the transmission and turned to his bridge crew. "Helm, set course to rendezvous with the Resolute, maximum sustainable speed." 5 years later, Captain Miller stood at the viewport of the Abundance, now extensively modified with integrated technologies from dozens of transformed species. What had begun as a humanitarian mission distributing wheat to the Cele had evolved into the command center for the largest cooperative military-humanitarian operation in galactic history. The ship's bridge reflected this transformation. Lieutenant Commander Wei now operated a communication station, integrating Varaxi quantum relay technology. Commander Vex worked at a tactical station featuring Draconid intuitive interfaces. Dr. Rodriguez monitored agricultural distribution operations from a specialized station linked to processing centers on 4 to 7 worlds. "Status report," Miller said, turning from the viewport. "Directorate forces continue consolidation," Vex reported, manipulating the holographic display. "Intelligence confirms they've abandoned 17 peripheral outposts to strengthen their central fleet. 350 vessels now assembling in the Procyon system. Analysis indicates preparation for a major offensive. Target assessment. Earth," Santiago replied without hesitation. Captured communications confirm they've identified Earth as both symbolic and practical center of our initiative. Eliminating humanity's homeworld would represent a significant psychological victory while disrupting 28% of Genesis' strained production capacity. Miller nodded. They'd anticipated this eventuality. Admiral Reyes. "Defensive formations established throughout Sol system," Wei reported. 4 to 7 species contributing vessels to the defense network, positioning complete at all strategic waypoints. The tactical display shifted to show Earth's solar system, now surrounded by the most formidable defensive array ever as Dr. bled. Miller noted the elegant tactical integration of ships that, before wheat transformation, would never have cooperated. Sele precision frigates operated alongside Varaxi quantum disruptors. Human adaptive cruisers coordinated with Draconid psychic coordination vessels. Rodriguez, status of Genesis strain implementation. Rodriguez looked up from his station. Final cultivation batches verified and certified across all secure facilities. Complete pathogen resistance confirmed in all test environments. Neural enhancement response measured at 300% efficiency compared to original wheat strains. Distribution underway to frontier worlds facing direct directorate pressure. Miller turned to Wei. Update from the 5th generation children. Dr. Nira reports continued advancement in their collective problem-solving capabilities, Wei replied. Their neural network functions across increasingly vast distances without technological assistance. They've successfully integrated with 5th generation children from 12 other transformed species, creating what Nira describes as a distributed intelligence matrix operating outside conventional communications channels. Practical applications, already implemented in our defensive strategy, Santiago interjected. Their consciousness network provides real-time tactical analysis completely invisible to directorate monitoring systems. Admiral Reyes has integrated their insights into defensive positioning. The tactical alert sounded, interrupting their discussion. Multiple transit signatures detected, the sensor officer reported. Directorate fleet approaching Earth through non-standard vector points. On screen, Miller ordered. The display shifted to show the approaching Directorate Armada 350 vessels arranged in a precise geometric formation that maximized their advanced shield harmonics. They're attempting to bypass our primary defensive lines, Vex observed, utilizing gravitational distortion to accelerate approach. Admiral Campbell's warning network detected them despite cloaking technology, Wei noted. Varaxi Draconid integrated sensors functioning as designed. Miller watched as Earth's defensive formations adjusted with remarkable coordination, vessels from dozens of species repositioning with synchronized precision that would have been impossible before wheat-enhanced cooperation. Incoming communication, Wei announced. Directorate representatives requesting direct dialogue before engagement. Miller raised an eyebrow. This was unexpected. Secure channel. Assemble the negotiation team. Within minutes, Wei had established connection protocols while gathering representatives from 23 transformed species onto the shared communication grid. The screen displayed Supreme Coordinator Thalvex, the Directorate's highest authority. Federation vessels, Thalvex began, his elongated features displaying no emotion. Your agricultural contamination program ends today. We demand immediate cessation of all wheat distribution operations and destruction of existing crops on transformed worlds. Failure to comply will result in the elimination of your origin world. Wei orchestrated the unified response from the negotiation team, each representative contributing to a collective statement rejecting these terms. Instead, they extended counteroffer safe passage for any Directorate civilian populations wishing to receive wheat distribution without military interference. Unacceptable, Thalvex responded. Prepare for engagement. As the communication terminated, Commander Vex approached Miller with an urgent analysis. Captain, their formation maintains precise geometric spacing to optimize shield harmonics, Vex explained, displaying his findings on the tactical screen. The pattern provides superior defense against conventional attacks, but creates vulnerabilities to synchronized multivector strikes at these specific nodes. Vex indicated 17 points within the formation where shield resonance created microsecond synchronization gaps. I've developed an approach utilizing specialized attack squadrons from 17 different species, Vex continued, each targeting specific geometric weak points. Success requires unprecedented tactical coordination between our forces. Implement immediately, Miller ordered. Coordinate with Admiral Reyes. The tactical display updated as Vex's plan deployed. Attack squadrons composed of vessels from previously adversarial species formed into specialized strike teams, each targeting a specific geometric weakness in the Directorate formation. Donovan reports Directorate infiltration teams detected on Earth's surface, Santiago announced. 8 to 7 separate units targeting agricultural facilities. Counter-operations underway with integrated security forces from 12 species. Miller watched the tactical display as the infiltration threats appeared as red indicators across Earth's surface, quickly countered by blue markers representing Donovan's security teams. Varaxi fleet arriving, Way reported. The display showed 50 previously unknown vessels entering Earth orbit, their design unlike anything in Federation records. High Coordinator Vraxthal's communication appeared on screen. Captain Miller, Vraxthal stated, the Varaxi consensus offers Earth protection. These vessels incorporate our most advanced quantum field generation technology, capable of neutralizing Directorate weapons systems. The Varaxi civilization stands debt-bound to humanity for the wheat that transformed our society. The Varaxi vessels positioned at strategic points around Earth, generating shimmering barriers that envelop the planet in protective quantum fields. Directorate primary assault commencing, the tactical officer announced. Miller watched as the largest space battle in recorded history unfolded across the tactical display. Over 700 vessels engaged throughout the solar system, Commander Vex's strike teams successfully targeting the geometric weaknesses in the Directorate formation. As the battle progressed, Miller detected a pattern in the Directorate communications. Analysis indicates heightened communication traffic around this vessel near Jupiter, Miller noted, highlighting a heavily protected command ship. Intercepts from captured infiltrators confirm it carries the Directorate Supreme Command Council. Miller quickly developed a precision strike plan. Assemble a strike team with our best tactical specialists from transformed species. We'll utilize Varaxi quantum displacement combined with Draconid psychic cloaking to penetrate their defenses. Objective? Santiago asked. Capture, not destruction, Miller replied. Taking their leadership intact could end this conflict without further casualties. As preparations for the strike mission proceeded, Rodriguez approached with urgent information. Captain, I've implemented emergency distribution of Genesis strain to civilian populations on 3 Directorate worlds, he reported, focusing on population centers housing families of their military personnel. Initial transformation effects already reported. Impact on the battle, Miller asked. Direct communications from those worlds to Directorate vessels engaged here, Rodriguez confirmed. Civilian populations beginning to experience enhanced empathy are contacting their family members in the fleet, urging cessation of hostilities. The tactical display showed the effect as 17 Directorate battle groups either ceased offensive operations or reduced engagement intensity. Lieutenant Mevak reports breakthrough at Earth's outer defensive perimeter, the communications officer announced. 29 Directorate vessels targeting North American Agricultural Processing Center. Miller watched as Mevak's defensive force implemented an innovative 3-dimensional defense grid that integrated Cele precision with human adaptability and Draconid psychic support. The numerically superior Directorate force found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn, unable to penetrate the coordinated defense. Strike team ready, Santiago reported, awaiting your command to board the Directorate command vessel. Miller nodded. Execute mission. Priority capture of Supreme Command Council. The specialized strike force departed, utilizing advanced technologies that rendered them virtually undetectable to Directorate sensors. Miller monitored their progress as they successfully penetrated the command vessel's formidable defenses. Within 90 minutes, Santiago reported success. Supreme Command Council secured, Captain. 12 high-ranking directorate leaders in custody. Transporting to Abundance now. Miller met the prisoners as they arrived in the secure holding area. The 12 figures representing the highest echelons of directorate authority stood rigidly, their advanced neural physiology evident in their elongated cranial structures. Secure them in the diplomatic quarters, Miller ordered. Implement standard prisoner protocols with one addition: serve them meals incorporating Genesis strain wheat. Sir, the security officer questioned. A controversial decision, I know, Miller acknowledged, but potentially more effective than any military victory. Monitor them continuously for neurological changes. Within 7 to 2 hours, initial signs of transformation appeared in the directorate leaders. Medical scans confirmed rapid neural restructuring, proceeding faster than documented in other species. Their advanced brain structures, ironically developed to maintain rigid evolutionary hierarchy, appeared to amplify rather than resist Wheat's effects. As the battle for Earth reached its climactic phase, Miller received an unexpected request. Supreme Coordinator Thalvex is requesting direct communication with you and Admiral Reyes, Way reported. Miller entered the secure communication chamber, where the partially transformed Thalvex appeared on screen. The directorate leader's features showed subtle but unmistakable changes, the rigid expression now capable of conveying nuanced emotion. Captain Miller, Thalvex began, his voice modulated differently than during their previous exchange. I propose immediate cessation of hostilities and establishment of a neutral discussion forum to address the fundamental conflict between our evolutionary philosophies. Miller studied the directorate leader car doctor, Ellie. Neural scans confirmed genuine transformation rather than tactical deception. The Wheat had accomplished what military force could not, reshaping the enemy's perception at the neurological level. I believe this development may represent the most significant outcome of our entire initiative, Miller told Reyes after the communication ended. We've transformed our most dedicated adversaries not through force, but through biology. The tactical display showed Dire Doctor, orate vessels throughout the system powering down weapon systems as ceasefire orders propagated through their command structure. The battle for Earth had ended not with destruction, but with transformation. As Miller prepared for the upcoming negotiation forum, he received a priority communication from Dr. Nira. Captain, our fifth-generation children have detected something you must see immediately, she began, her expression concerned. Remember that unknown contact approaching from beyond the galactic rim 5 years ago, the one that initiated our rendezvous with the Resolute. Our children's collective consciousness has established contact with it. It's not directorate, Captain. It's something else entirely. What exactly did they detect? Miller asked, leaning forward as Dr. Nira's image flickered slightly on the screen. A consciousness unlike anything we've de-documented, she replied, her voice steady despite the evident concern in her expression. The children describe it as vast, ancient, and curious. It appears to be studying us, Captain, all of us. Miller exchanged glances with Way. Can they communicate with it? Not conventionally. They perceive impressions, intentions. The entity seems particularly interested in our agricultural distribution network. Before Miller could respond, Admiral Reyes entered the command center, her uniform bearing the fresh insignia of the ceasefire negotiations. The Directorate fleet has confirmed full weapons shutdown, she reported. Thalvex has requested immediate transport to Earth for formal discussions. Miller nodded. The timing of this unknown contact can't be coincidental, briefed the Admiral on Dr. Nira's report. As Way updated Reyes, Miller studied the tactical display showing the transformed battlefield. Directorate vessels now positioned in non-aggressive formations, their energy signatures indicating complete weapon deactivation. The battle ended not with destruction, but transformation of victory of biology over weaponry. 6 years later, Miller adjusted his civilian attire, still uncomfortable without the familiar weight of his captain's uniform. The Humanitarian Development Commissioner's insignia felt foreign against his chest as he prepared to address the assembled representatives. The Lunar Reconciliation Center's main chamber housed delegates from 8 of 4 civilizations, its transparent dome offering a striking view of Earth rising above the lunar horizon. The symbolism wasn't subtly a united view forward with Earth as merely one part of a greater whole. Supreme Coordinator Thalvex has arrived, Wei announced, now wearing the formal diplomatic attire of her new rank as Integration Director. Miller observed Thalvex's entrance. The Directorate leader's transformation was remarkable not just in his more fluid movements, but in the fundamental shift in how he engaged with others. Neural scans confirmed his brain structure had fundamentally reorganized, with enhanced development in regions associated with empathy and cooperative processing. Commissioner Miller, Thalvex greeted him, extending both hands in the human gesture of friendship he had adopted. The agricultural reports from the former conflict zone exceed our projections by 17%. Rodriguez's team integrated Directorate soil enrichment techniques with our cultivation methods, Miller replied. Your bioengineers provided crucial insights once they joined the collaborative effort. Thalvex nodded. Transformation reveals what should have been obviouser advancement as separate species reached natural limitations. Integration creates possibilities neither could achieve alone. The assembly chamber filled as representatives took their positions. Miller noted the careful arrangement from her adversaries seated together, creating physical proximity that reinforced their new relationships. Admiral Reyes approached with Commander Vex. Both wore the distinct insignia of the newly established Galactic Food Security Administration. The last Directorate battleship completed conversion this morning, Reyes reported. Engineering teams replaced the primary weapon systems with agricultural processing units. The Resolute, Miller asked. Rodriguez personally supervised its transformation, Vex added. The ship that once led Earth's defense now serves as the distribution fleet's flagship. Miller absorbed this information as they took their places for the summit opening. The transformation of military assets to humanitarian tools represented the most tangible evidence of their success. Words to plowshares made literal across hundreds of vessels. The summit proceedings began with Donovan's security briefing. His presentation displayed the integrated protection network, now safeguarding agricultural shipping lanes with minimized military presence. Cross-species security teams provide comprehensive coverage with 30% fewer resources than traditional deployments, Donovan explained. Cell precision targeting combined with human adaptive algorithms creates defense capabilities exceeding either approach individually. Miller watched as representatives from previously hostile civilizations engaged in technical discussions about shared security protocols. The room contained species that had been actively trying to exterminate each other just years earlier. Rodriguez entered during a brief recess, his expression showing the strain of his recent work. The restoration strain deployment exceeds expectations, he reported quietly to Miller. 23 of the 29 contaminated worlds show significant environmental recovery. The Directorate's bioweapon, neutralized on all tested worlds. Their bioengineers proved essential. They understood the pathogen's design architecture. Former Directorate Specialist Krev developed the crucial microorganism component. Miller nodded, and the monitoring systems. Rodriguez's expression tightened. Confirmed. 11 remote installations housing EPA extremists. They've obtained pathogen samples from Directorate archives. Implement the enhanced security protocols, Miller directed. Accelerate restoration strain development as a precaution, but maintain our humanitarian focus. We won't abandon our principles in Respo Doctor to isolate Doctor threats. As Rodriguez departed, High Coordinator Vraxthal approached with Lieutenant Mevak. The Varaxi leader carried a crystal DRE container that emitted a soft blue glow. Commissioner Miller, Vraxthal began, the Varaxi consensus has authorized full disclosure of our crystalline cultivation technology. This knowledge was restricted even among our own people for 7,000 years. Miller accepted the container, recognizing its significance. Your contribution will transform agricultural possibilities throughout the galaxy. The Integrated Resource Distributing Doctor Network is prepared to incorporate this technology, Mevak added. Preliminary models suggest we can establish viable food production on 9 to 7 previously uninhabitable worlds. As their conversation concluded, Dr. Patel arrived with Dr. Neera and a group of children humans, Sele, Draconid, and Varaxi with remarkable coordination. The 6th generation transformation, Dr. Neera explained as the children approached. These young ones formed their cooperative collective spontaneously, without technological assistance or cultural orientation. Miller observed the children's interaction with fascination. They moved as distinct individuals yet functioned as a coordinated unit, complementing each other's actions without verbal communication. Their neural patterns show integration beyond anything we documented in adults, Dr. Patel explained. They don't think of themselves as separate species working they perceive their collective as a natural state of existence. One child, a young Sele girl, stepped forward. Commissioner Miller, we have continued monitoring the entity beyond the galactic rim. Miller knelt to the child's level. What have you learned? It observes our distribution network with increasing interest, she replied, her speech patterns remarkably mature. It recognizes wheat as more than nutrition. The entity perceives the transformation as evolutionary acceleration. Does it present a threat? Miller asked directly. The child tilted her head, consulting silently with the collective. Not threat, evaluation. It studies our response to transformation to determine. Compatibility. Compatibility with what? Before she could answer, Thalvex approached with urgent purpose. The summit's formal opening was minutes away. Commissioner, I must speak with you immediately, he said. The Directorate maintained technological archives hidden from all other civilizations. I propose complete access to these archives in exchange for immediate agricultural assistance to 17 worlds beyond Federation boundaries facing imminent famine. Miller studied Thalvex's expression, recognizing the genuine concern, the direct result of wheat-enhanced empathy. Prepare the agricultural missions, Miller directed Wei, who had joined them. Establish research teams to evaluate the Directorate technologies. As they moved toward the main chamber for the summit's official opening, Miller glanced back at the children. The young Sele girl met his gaze with an expression that conveyed understanding beyond her years. Commissioner, she called, her voice carrying clearly despite its softness. The entity approaches. It has made its assessment of our transformation. Miller paused, and its conclusion. That we are ready, she replied simply. Ready for what comes next. Ready for what comes next, Miller murmured, completing the child's sentence. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Wei before turning back to address the assembled delegates. The summit proceeded as planned, but Miller couldn't shake the young Sele girl's words from his mind. 10 years later, the observation deck of the Concordia II offered an unparalleled view of space that still captivated Miller despite his years traversing the stars. The massive vessel was the size of its predecessor, moved with purpose through the void, leading a fleet that had become known throughout inhabited space as the Wheat Armada. From this vantage point, Miller watched as Earth grew from a distant blue speck to a vibrant sphere, its continents reshaped not by war but by purpose. Approaching Earth orbital insertion, Commissioner, announced the bridge officer through the communication system. Estimated arrival for the decennial commemoration summit in 4 to 7 minutes. Miller nodded, though no one was present to see the gesture. Doctor. 500 agricultural vessels maintained distribution networks across 317 star systems. A scope of operation that would have seemed impossible when he first authorized the emergency wheat shipment to the Sele homeworld a decade ago. The quantum communication array activated, projecting holographic representations of his oldest allies around him, familiar faces despite the passage of time. Rodriguez appeared amidst Mars' sprawling agricultural complexes, the red planet transformed into the most productive food cultivation center in the Sol system. Wei stood in the formal chambers of the Unified Species Council, her diplomatic attire reflecting her position as principal diplomat. Admiral Reyesno, Chancellor Reyes of Earth's Global Cooperative, transmitted from her office overlooking the Central Administrative District. Dr. Nira's projection showed her surrounded by research equipment, her pioneering work on we-transformed neurological development having earned her recognition across the galaxy. 10 years, Miller said, taking in the sight of his assembled colleagues. Sometimes I still can't believe what we've accomplished. And yet we still have work ahead, Rodriguez replied, gesturing to the vast cultivation fields behind him. My teams just neutralized the last EPA holdout on Tau Epsilon. We recovered 37 distinct pathogen variants from their laboratories, each one now countered by the latest restoration strain adaptations. Wei nodded. Their doctor, cure rather than elimination, represents how far we've come. Thres's reconciliation specialists report promising results in their wheat-induced transformation. Miller moved closer to the observation window as Earth rotated into view. The planet's surface had undergone remarkable changes. Where military installations once dominated continents, vast agricultural research centers stretched across the reformed landscapes. The night side of the planet glowed not with the chaotic patterns of unplanned cities, but with the organized illumination of optimized cultivation centers, their photosynthesis enhancement, arrays creating geometric light patterns visible even from orbit. The Directorate Council sends their regards, Reyes added. Thalvex specifically requested to meet with you before the formal proceedings begin. Speaking of the proceedings, Dr. Nira interjected, I've completed my research on the 7th-generation children. The results exceed our most optimistic projections. I believe you'll find the demonstration quite compelling. Miller's shuttle departed the Concordia II precisely on schedule, descending toward what had once been the American Midwest, the Great Plains Agricultural Center. The complex served as headquarters for Earth's contribution to galactic food security, with research facilities extending hundreds of kilometers in all directions. Through the viewport, Miller observed the distinctive crystalline structures of Varaxi cultivation towers interspersed with traditional Earth farming methods and integration of technologies, creating unprecedented agricultural yields. The Unity Dome came into view as the shuttle made its final approach, a massive structure, combining architectural elements from 163 different species. Its geometric precision contrasted with the organic patterns of the surrounding cultivation fields. Representatives from over 400 civilizations had gathered for the decennial commemoration summit, with quantum-entangled connections linking another 202 distant for physical travel. As the shuttle landed, Miller spotted Thalvex waiting on the platform. The former Directorate leader's transformation was complete, his once rigid posture now fluid, his movements graceful rather than mechanical. The being who had commanded the most advanced hostile force ever deployed against Earth now served as principal coordinator for expansion distribution. "Commissioner Miller," Thalvex greeted him, his voice carrying the harmonic resonance characteristic of his species' advanced transformation state. "The long-range vessels have returned from the Andromeda expedition. I thought you should know their findings before the general announcement." Miller felt a surge of anticipation as they walked toward the Unity Dome. The 3 exploration vessels crewed by representatives from 27 different species had departed 2 years earlier to determine if the engineered pathogens had spread beyond the Milky Way. They discovered 17 inhabited worlds in Andromeda's outer spiral experiencing identical synthetic food production failures. Thalvex continued. "Analysis confirms the presence of the original directorate pathogens deployed by my people before my transformation. The expedition established emergency distribution centers on 12 of these worlds, with restoration strain already showing 97% effectiveness against all pathogen variants." Miller stopped walking, processing the implications. "The conflict extends beyond our galaxy," he said quietly. "Yes, the responsibility is both overwhelming and profound." Thalvex's eyes met Miller's, yet the response remains the same: distribute wheat, restore balance, enable transformation. They entered the Unity Dome together, joining the representatives gathered for the summit's opening ceremony. The vast chamber fell silent for a moment of remembrance for those lost during the conflict years, followed by the traditional multispecies Harmonia musical performance, where representatives from each civilization contributed complementary elements, creating a composition impossible before neurological transformation enabled true cross-species artistic understanding. The summit's first day proceeded with presentations from key leaders. Rodriguez unveiled Genesis Completion Advanced Wheat Variant, incorporating genetic elements from 342 different species across 2 galaxies. The revolutionary crop could grow in environments ranging from methane ATM Dr. Here's to vacuum conditions, requiring minimal resources while providing complete nutrition for 97% of all known sentient species. "With this development," Rodriguez explained to the assembly, "we achieve true galactic food sovereignty. No natural disaster, no engineered pathogen, no political upheaval can threaten the fundamental nutritional security of any participant world." Lieutenant Mevak, now Security Coordinator for the Galactic Food Security Administration, provided a comprehensive assessment of potential threats to the distribution network. His analysis concluded that, with the elimination of the final EPA cells and the integration of former Directorate defense technologies, no known force in the galaxy possessed the capability to significantly disrupt food security on a multi-system scale. The most anticipated research came from Dr. Nuraith's first comprehensive study of 7th-generation wheat-transformed children. Miller watched with fascination as 70 children from 34 different species entered the chamber. Without speaking or using technology, they coordinated a complex demonstration, solving mathematical problems beyond the capabilities of any single species' cognitive architecture. "What we are witnessing, Dr. Nira concluded after the demonstration, is not merely an adaptation but an evolutionary leap, the emergence of a fundamentally new form of consciousness that maintains individual diversity while enabling unprecedented cooperation." As the first day's proceedings concluded, Miller found himself drawn to the young Sele girl who had spoken to him a decade earlier about the entity beyond the galactic rim. Now a young adult and a prominent member of the Collaborative Consciousness Research Team, she approached him with purpose. "Commissioner Miller," she greeted him, "the entity has made contact again." Miller felt a familiar tension return. "What does it want?" "To join us," she replied simply. "The transformation it observed at our evolution through wheat-enhanced consciousnesses convinced it that we are ready for integration." "Integration with what exactly?" Miller asked, She smiled. A network of consciousness spanning multiple galaxies. The entity is not a singular being but a collective similar to what our children are developing, but spanning millions of years of evolution. They've been watching, waiting for a species to develop collaborative consciousness without losing individual identity. Miller considered this revelation, and now they believe we've achieved this. Yes. Through sharing food across species bound we have accomplished in decades what took them millennia. She handed him a data crystal. They've provided coordinates. They request your presence specifically, Commissioner. They wish to meet the human who began the transformation of 2 galaxies with a simple act of sharing food. Before Miller could respond, Wei approached with news of the summit's final day, agendaed formation of the Intergalactic Cooperative Initiative, a governance structure transcending traditional planetary and species-based political systems. They're recommending you as the initiative's first principal coordinator, Wei informed him. The vote appears unanimous. Miller glanced down at the data crystal in his hand, then back to the Cele researcher. Tell them I'll come after the summit concludes. The final day brought formalization of the Intergalactic Cooperative Initiative, with representatives from 417 civilizations ratifying protocols for resource sharing, technological development, and conflict resolution based on principles derived from we-transformed neurological patterns. As anticipated, Miller received formal appointment as the initiative's first principal coordinator. Standing before the assembled representatives, he reflected on the journey from crisis to transformation, from a simple cargo of emergency wheat to a galactic revolution in consciousness. The summit concluded with a ceremony at the precise location where Earth's bounty had first departed with its cargo of emergency wheat for the Cele homeworld. A monument incorporating soil samples from every transformed world formed a spiral pattern surrounding a single growing wheat stalk, a simple plant that altered the evolutionary trajectory of hundreds of civilizations. As twilight fell across the Great Plains, Miller stood alone at the monument, joined shortly by Campbell, Reyes, Donovan, and Dr. Patel, original command team from Earth's bounty, who made the fateful decision to share Earth's food during a distant world's famine. Could you have imagined this outcome when we first loaded those grain containers? Miller asked his old friends, gesturing toward the Unity Dome where representatives from hundreds of civilizations continued collaborative discussions. Not in 1,000 lifetimes, Reyes replied. We thought we were preventing a famine. Instead, we were seeding a revolution in consciousness itself. Above them, the night sky filled with lights as vessels from hundreds of worlds positioned themselves for the luminary formation, synchronized ships from every transformed civilization, forming a wheat stalk visible across Earth's entire hemisphere. A quantum communication arrived from the Andromeda expedition. The transmitted images showed representatives from 12 previously unknown species consuming their first meals containing Earth wheat, beginning the transformation process that would eventually connect them to the expanded consciousness now spanning 2 galaxies. It never ends, does it? Miller said, watching the familiar pattern unfold again on distant worlds. One meal at a time, one mind at a time, one civilization at a time. That's how galaxies change, Campbell replied. Not through conquest or domination, but through sharing something as simple as food. The next morning, Miller boarded his shuttle to return to the Concordia II. The vessel was being prepared for its next mission, leading a humanitarian fleet to the galactic rim, where sensors had detected signs of agricultural distress on previously uncontacted worlds. Yet Miller had added a secondary objective, inputting the coordinates from the data crystal provided by the Cele researcher. As the Concordia II broke orbit, accompanied by vessels from 73 different civilizations, all committed to the same humanitarian mission, Miller gave the order that had now been translated into 894 different languages across 2 galaxies. Distribute the wheat, feed the hungry, welcome them to our shared future. The Concordia II entered faster-than-light travel, carrying humanity's greatest gift to new worlds beyond previous distribution efforts. Miller studied the coordinates that would take them to the entity waiting beyond the galactic rimmed consciousness that had watched humanity's transformation, and deemed them ready for the next evolutionary step. Set course for the galactic rim after our humanitarian mission is complete, Miller instructed the navigation officer. We have a meeting to attend with an entity that's been watching us for quite some time. The officer nodded, inputting the coordinates without question. The we-transformed crew understood implicitly their evolutionary journey had just begun.